Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody is doing Tawab today. Shout out Kaba and his congregation in Guatemala. Also shout out Kazaki SOW family in Norfolk, Virginia. Shout out SOW Houston, Quatazop, and SOW Rochester, Zion. I hope all the brothers and sisters are strong and fighting a good fight. We all go through our ups and downs. And I respect the brothers and sisters who take that responsibility and carry on that burden of pushing everyone to strength and admonishing and exhorting. We're supposed to make sure we exhort one another to continue in the calling that we've been called in. So much respect and appreciation to the ones that are fighting to make sure that happens every single day. We're going to send our prayers to the Most High and go from there. Majab. Just us. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa'a. Nathan Lanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa'a. Nathan Lanawa. Rayak. Nayakacha.
The water.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya and Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa'a. Nathan Lanawa. Shabbat. Ba'Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyanya. Haharya. Ma'aya. Yabua'a. Isaiah. Yabua'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaiah. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamaya. Ana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemaria. Yahweh. Tizalia. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'a. Akaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemaria. Makol. Rod. Yashemar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Hawalaki. Wabua'aya. Ma'aitha. Wa'ai. Walam. Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. He shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Allahaynawa. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Allahaynawa. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Allahaynawa. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Wadash, Hayah, Shamkat, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Kawak, Hayah, Bashemayim, Netanlanoah, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalat Noah, Chawat Noah, Kasalat Noah, Chawat Noah, Wala'at, Fabiya Noah, Wanasai 1, Abo, Hawashai Noah, Mayan, Rad, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ara, Wahata Pa'arat, La'ai Walamyam.
Amen. The Lord's Prayer in English, Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Achayim, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2, Ta'aina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Ta'aibada.
Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3, La'a, Talach, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'a, Zaratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7, La'a, Fana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'a, Fagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
9, La'a, Fa'aina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10, La'a, Fa'chamad, Ko, Asherah, La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshagim.
You'll be seated.
Before we go into class, or the topic, the Sabbath topic, we had a question from the sister, and what I want to do is read the verse, or have a brother read the verse, Kariah, and we kind of explain or give a greater understanding of the topic. So, let's read the verse. It's Psalms 81, verse 3. But before we do that, I need you to salute you in, Kariah.
Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah.
Kariah, Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah. Imagine, Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatam. Okay, so the first verse we're going to go into, this shouldn't take long, but I want to kind of go over this point. It's Psalms chapter 81, verse 3. Now, read this, then what we're going to do is give a little context and then go back and do some explaining on this topic.
Psalms chapter 81 and verse 3. It says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day.
A lot of Israelites read this verse different groups, different camps. And they'll read Psalms 81 and 3 and say, because David in his prayer was saying to blow up the trumpet in the new moon in the time appointed on our solemn feast day, that the new moon was a solemn feast day, a high holy day. Solemn means to be taken seriously, gravely. Let's look up Solomon real quick. Solomon, 1828.
Solomon, 1828 versus dictionary. It says, religiously serious, piously, grave, devout.
So, a lot of Israelites in different Israelite communities think that the blowing of the trumpet, or I'm sorry, the new moon is a solemn feast day, and I've seen that that was really pushed in like the early 2000s, and there were certain groups that were really heavily pushing that the new moon was a feast day that should be taken gravely and seriously like the Sabbath. And this is the verse they use to explain it. Now we're going to explain this verse properly how it's supposed to be. But before we go into what David is saying, we got to start with the inception of the new moon and what was the instructions the Most High gave to Moses. Okay? Because a lot of people did a lot of different things after the law was given. For instance, I've read that Saul would have meals where he would gather up his subjects in his country and eat every new moon. But that was just something he did. What was the instruction the Most High gave to Moses? So let's go to Numbers chapter 10 and verse 2 real quick.
Numbers chapter 10 and verse 2.
Read verse 1.
Got it. Numbers chapter 10 and verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying...
So this was the Most High, or the Lord, giving Moses a direct order about how he should handle this particular situation. Read on.
Verse 2. Make thee 2 trumpets of silver, of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly, and for the journeying of the camps.
So 2 particular silver trumpets were created as a calling of assembly horn. Now, historically, I guess each tribe had a particular note or sound that they would use to blow to bring a certain tribe to be dealt with, or the entire nation, or if it was a war cry, it was a certain trumpet sound used when it was time for war, or it was a certain trumpet used to call for different gatherings. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's continue.
Verse 3. And when they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to thee at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Okay, so if you look at that picture for Israel here in class, if there was a certain horn blown, then the certain tribes will come out of their tents and go to the front of the tabernacle to receive instructions. Read on.
And if they blow but with 1 trumpet, then the princes which are heads of the thousands of Israel shall gather themselves unto thee.
So there were obviously times when just leadership was required to go to the front of the tabernacle to discuss any issues that were necessary. Read on.
All right. It says, when ye blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east parts shall go forward.
So obviously there was a sound that was established for war. Read on.
When ye blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. Mm-hmm. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron the priests shall blow with the trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. And if ye go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresseth you, then ye shall blow an alarm with the trumpets, and ye shall remember before the Most High your power, and ye shall be saved from your enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Also in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days.
So in your feast days, in your high holy days, your fasting days, your day of atonements, all of these special days, there were different trumpets that were established for these times. Okay, read on.
And in the beginnings of your months, ye shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before your power.
So listen, this was just a basic explanation of what was supposed to be used for those trumpets. He's letting you know the trumpets were just a sound and an indicator and a calling of assembly of these of your days. I'm trying to find the verse that goes into, because when you try to find a let me see, you don't really find, well, you don't find at all that when you have a high holy day, or you don't find that a new moon is a high holy day. What you find is the new moon is recognizing of the beginning of the month, because that's what the new moon is. It's the recognition that the new month is here and that there is a calling of assembly. Matter of fact, let me find something real quick. We might have to explain this a little bit more in detail. I'm going to get the answer. The answer is in the verse I went into, and the verse that was asked in Psalms. Okay, here's one. We're going to go to the Josephus real quick. The Josephus is Antiquities of the Jews, Book 3. Book 3, chapter 10, paragraph 1.
Page 95 in the book.
Okay.
God.
Read the beginning part, concerning. It says, concerning the festivals.
God. The Antiquity of the Jews, Book 3, chapter 10, paragraph 1. Concerning the festivals, and how each day of such festival is to be observed. It says, the law requires that out of the public expenses, a lamb of the first year be killed every day, at the beginning and at the ending of the day.
So there's a daily sacrifice that has to be established to appease the Most High for Israel's sins. In the morning and in the evening, two lambs had to be sacrificed every day so that the Most High will be appeased at all the flaws and mistakes that we constantly make. Read on.
But on the seventh day, which is called the Sabbath, they killed two and sacrificed them in the same manner.
So, every day, 2 animals were killed. On the Sabbath, 4 animals were killed. The same way that's done every single day, but the Sabbath, it was doubled. Read on.
At the new moon, they both performed the daily sacrifices and slay 2 bulls with 7 lambs of the first year, and a kid of the goat also for the expiation of sins. That is, if they have sinned through ignorance.
So at the new moon, it was something the priest did. They just killed additional animals on that day for expiation of sin. If you read Leviticus chapter 23, I believe, you don't get any specifics, because Leviticus 23 gives you all the convocations that we're supposed to follow throughout the entire year. So if the day isn't specified in Leviticus 23, then it's not a high holy day. This is why even Purim isn't a high holy day. It's a day that we commemorate, but it wasn't a high holy day. Neither was Hanukkah a high holy day, because these days were all implemented after the fact. Now, does that mean that we don't sit back and acknowledge it? Yeah, we acknowledge it, but it wasn't a solemn feast day. The solemn feast days were the feast days the Most High ordained for us in Leviticus 23 and all throughout the Old Testament. But when you read in the first 5 books of the Bible, you don't read the celebrating of the new moon being a required day to focus on. The reason there's not a lot of verses, I can't pull a verse in Leviticus, because there ain't no verse in Leviticus. People, other groups that I have come across, they'll pull and read about what Saul did. Just because Saul had a feast on that day doesn't make it a high holy day. Just because, hell, Saul had all kind of meats of every meat that you wanted out there. The Jew didn't have access to meat like that. We didn't have it like that. So that's one thing. Now we're going to go into David, just to give a quick synopsis of this. So let's go to Psalms 81 and verse. Let's read 1 and go down. Now I'm going to need the Blue Letter Bible, because when you read this, it's important. What's that? It's important to go into the Blue Letter Bible, because when you read certain words in English, sometimes there are Hebrew translations and understanding of the topic that you need to go and get further clarification in. Because if you read it at face value, you're going to get the misunderstanding. Just prefacing that. So let's read this, Psalms 81, 1 through, we're going to read 1 down.
Okay. Psalms chapter 81 and verse 1. Sing aloud unto the Most High, our strength. Make a joyful noise unto the power of Jacob. Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery.
Okay.
Blow up the trumpet in the new moon.
Now listen, this is David saying, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, okay, which is what the priests do. The priests are the ones who blow their trumpet at the inception of the new moon time. Read on.
It says, on our feet, our Sabbath.
No. Read it from the top.
Oh, God.
You missed a major point.
God. It says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed.
In the time appointed. Now, this is important, because when you sit back here and look at in the time appointed, it's only spoken of like twice in the scriptures. The time appointed mean, what does it say?
It says full moon.
Yes. The full moon is the time appointed.
Yeah.
So that kind of throws a little monkey wrench in things. So what he's saying is, blow a trumpet in the new moon. Then it says, in the time appointed, on our solemn feast day. Now we're going to have to find out what feast day he is talking about. That connects the new moon, then the full moon being the feast day. You have to look at this with as much clarity as possible. So he's saying, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, comma. What does the comma mean?
Pause, space.
Huh? There is a pause and there's a space. There's an action, there's a pause. Listen, who's a grammar junkie? Because it's important. What you got, Yasurai?
I'm sorry. I'm just not including after I haven't talked about that yet.
Okay. Well, what is a comma? What does a comma mean? Okay, it's a pause. Is there anything else besides a pause? He's letting you know there is the blowing of the trumpet in the new moon. Pause. Then it's in the time appointed, which is a full moon. This is another period of time. Pause. On our solemn feast day. Period. Just keep that in mind and we keep reading. Read on.
Verse 4. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the power of Jacob.
So what he's saying is the statute that David is talking about, this feast, solemn feast day, was a statute and a law the Most High provided for us. But if you read Leviticus chapter 23, you do not read the new moon as a solemn feast day. You don't read that. So Leviticus 23, he gives you the Sabbath. He gives you Passover. He gives you the memorial blowing of trumpets. Then he gives you what? No.
Then
he gives you what?
Of a trumpet, Day of Atonement.
Day of Atonement. And then it's the Feast of Tabernacles.
Feast of Tabernacles, all in the same month.
Those are the high holy days he tells us to follow. Now, even in those are the options of the solemn feast days that are as a statute for Israel and a law for the Most High. So keep that in mind. Let's continue.
Okay. Verse 5. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not.
So he said, this particular feast day was ordained during the time of Joseph, or set up. He was setting up this holy day when Joseph was in a land that wasn't his. Read on.
Verse 6. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots.
Mm-hmm.
Thou callest in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah.
What is he saying by proving us in the waters of Meribah? He removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou callest in trouble, and I delivered thee. What process is he talking about here? Does anybody know? From where? From Egypt. So what high holy day commemorates the Lord taking us and removing us from Egypt?
Passover.
That's the Passover. Okay? So this is the solemn feast day that David is talking about, that we're supposed to acknowledge. And I'm going to prove it. Hold this and go to Leviticus 23.
God.
Leviticus 23 and verse, let's see, verse 4. We want to start at verse 4. Leviticus 23. And we're going to read down, I would say, just to 8.
God.
I think.
Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 4.
Now, verse 2 to 3 just tells you that the first ordinance is the Sabbath. Didn't want you to put that, man. But keep going.
God. Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 4. These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons.
Okay.
In the 14th day of the first month at even is the Lord's
So
Passover.
the Lord's Passover is the 14th day of the first month of the new year. So if we understand that trumpets are supposed to be blown in the first day of the first month, right? That lets you know the new moon is on a certain day. The Passover is 14 days later. And from what we're reading in Psalms 81, this full moon, because the ordained time is full moon. So the new moon is on the first of the month. And for this particular high holy day, the full moon is the Passover. This is why, so just so we understand, the Passover falls on the full moon every year, or at least it's supposed to. The legitimate Passover falls on the full moon. So if we're keeping things in context, read on in Leviticus 23. I'm going to bring it all together.
God. Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 5. No, verse 6. It says, and on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Most High. 7 days he must eat unleavened bread. In the first day he shall have an holy convocation. He shall do no servile work therein.
So we understand the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread are back to back. Yep. And those days are supposed to be honored and reverenced as high holy days. Okay? And those days are 14 and 15 days, respectfully, after the first day of the month. That's how it is. Now, with that consciousness, go back to Psalms 81 and verse 3.
God. Psalms chapter 81 and verse 3. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon in the time appointed.
So we're supposed to blow up the trumpet in the new moon, which is the first day of the first month. Then in the time appointed, read on
our solemn feast day.
So we're supposed to blow the trumpet on the new moon, and we're also supposed to blow the trumpet on what day? Was that?
14th day.
The 14th day, which is the what? The Passover. Because then we read in Numbers 10 that we're supposed to blow the trumpet on all the special days.
Yeah.
We're supposed to blow the trumpet on the new moon. We're supposed to blow the trumpet on the high holy days. So we're blowing the trumpet on the new moon and on the full moon, that's the feast day. But the full moon, that's the solemn feast day, is the Passover. And we explain that from reading verse 4. It goes all the way down, because the entire chapter of 81 explains how the Lord saved us from Egypt. And what is the Passover but the acknowledgement that Christ, the death angel, saved us from Egypt? Yes, sis?
No, I'm sorry, I was trying to pick out quotes, but I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand something you said earlier. You said that the Passover is on the full moon, but the full moon marks the beginning of the month?
No.
Okay. Can you read that?
The new moon marks the beginning of the month. Okay? Well, what this does, this concept also kind of deals with, there's this weird thing in Israel that people debate about if the full moon is the new moon and all this craziness.
You can see the actual
Yes,
full moon
yes,
versus
yes. The
full black moon.
exactly. And people argue about that all the time. This verse kind of gives understanding on multiple levels. The new moon, you can't see. Because on the 14th, 15th day, it's what? The moon is what? Full. So if the full moon is on the Passover, and the Passover is 14 days after the new moon, then that ties in with lunar cycles. The dark moon you can't see is the new moon. The full moon was the Passover. So that gives you clarity on moons, and it gives you clarity on the fact that we didn't sit back here and make the new moon a high holy day. The Passover was a high holy day.
It was just an indicator.
And the blowing of the horns was to indicate the new moon and the and Passover. The only time the blowing of the horns was on a high holy day was the memorial blowing of trumpets. That was the only time that when you blew the horns on the first of the month, it marked a high holy day. Outside of that, it was a regular month. Yes, sir.
So in Leviticus 23 and 6,
Mm-hmm.
that 15th day, regardless of what day it falls on, do we treat that like a Sabbath?
Yes.
So it's okay.
Because, yes, that's a Sabbath day. All those days in Leviticus 23 are to be respected as high holy day Sabbath days. Yes, all these days, yes. But in that, the only time that a new moon had anything to do with it was on the memorial blowing the trumpets. Outside of that, it's not a high holy day. It's not a solemn feast day. That makes sense? Okay. Sure? We're good? Yes,
And
sis.
I also just, okay, so I also know that sometimes, I don't know if it was just a thing that was done in New York, but so just so I'm understanding here, this also is saying that the Passover is its own feast day,
Mm-hmm.
making it like day one.
No, Passover is not day one. Passover is day 14.
What I mean, when I say day one, like it's starting up the whole Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. I know at one point some people were doing the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread on the first day, but according to this, it's 2 separate days, making it a total of 8 days.
No, it's 7 days. It's 7 days. I will have to explain that another time.
Okay.
But Exodus 12 goes into that, and we'll go into that another time. But it is 7 days.
It's 14th day at even,
Yes. Is that even? We'll go into that, though.
which technically starts the 15th day. Remember, evening starts a new day.
Yeah, I definitely would like that. For sure. Okay.
So it is 7 days. It's not 8 days. The Passover is 7 days. We'll go into that. We'll go into that, promise. We'll go into that. But I just want to go into this to explain about the new moons, and the new moons are not high holy days. Certain Israelites teach that, but that's not what the scripture says. Okay? And in explaining it, you also realize that the Jews argue about new moons and dark moon and half crescent moon and all this other stuff. Really, it's unnecessary, but that's what that explains also. Okay? So on the full moon is when the Passover goes, so that obviously means the full moon isn't a new moon.
No.
Okay. All right. We got that out the way. Hopefully we got some clarity on that. Now we're going to go into the topic at hand. And let me see. We're going to take a slight detour from dealing with John Hyrcanus. And we're going to go into... I skipped this verse in Josephus, or this paragraph in Josephus a while back, because I wanted to kind of wait for the right time to kind of bring it in context. During the time of Jonathan, this is when Jonathan was setting up allegiances with Trypho, before Trypho turned on him. And when Demetrius II was giving us problems. Josephus, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 9, talked about the inception of political parties and religious sects that the Jews started forming at this time. And the Jews started forming the sects like called the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and the Essenes. And this starts to come about at this particular time. So it's important that we go into this and start explaining how these religious sects started coming together, because we're going to be done with this Hasmonean dynasty soon enough, and we have to see how this kind of ties in with Christ, and ties in with Christ and how he deals with the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Okay? Con, I will work on the microphone. We had one. It was a lot of extra equipment. We'll see what we can on the microphone, okay? We have one in the back. We'll work
might
on
help
them.
out.
We'll work on them,
We gotta figure
or we'll
out.
at least repeat them for the time being until we can get to the microphone adjustments. So that we'll get it though. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it'd be like what? So this sister said
Because
this.
he couldn't hear people for
They won't
years
know.
couldn't hear the question.
Yeah, but so basically they would ask a question, then the question was asked, repeat the question, and then answer the question.
Yes. The only problem with that, we have a lot of kids here, so there'll be kids and noise and yelling and running and doop 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 everywhere. So we'll try to work something out. Okay, we'll try to work something out. So let's get real quick Josephus, book 13. Chapter 5, paragraph 9. Paragraph 9.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 5, and paragraph 9.
Let me sit back here and get there. I'm sorry, I thought I had it.
Page 346.
So once again, what we're about to go into are the different religious sects that the Jews started formulating. And when I started going into this, I had a whole set of class ready to go. But it just didn't hit me until I reread it again. What the main point of contention was, what the initial main point of contention was between the Pharisees, Sadducees, and the Essenes. You know, one would think that they would be in difference based on some law angles or some scriptural angles or some new moon crap. Sacrificing. None of that was an issue. None of that was an initial problem. So if those little minor law squabbles was not the major reason of the schism or the difference in the belief systems, then what was? So let's get this. Josephus 13, book 5, paragraph 9.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 5, and paragraph 9. It says, at this time, there were 3 sects among the Jews who had different opinions concerning human actions. The one was called the sect of the Pharisees. Another, the sect of the Sadducees. And the other, the sect of the Essenes. Now for the Pharisees.
Now real quick, what's important is that this squabble about, or this one issue that they had, gives you a clearer picture as to why Christ had such a problem with them down the line. And we'll go into detail to explain why. We know there's 3 different groups, but this contention that they had about fate gives you a clarity as to why there was different levels of flaw in each of these different groups. Because their perspective on fate had a direct connection to their obedience and their humility and their accountability towards pleasing the Most High down the line. Because as we continue to go into the Pharisees and Sadducees and Essenes, we're going to also go into their spiritual flaws and their deficiencies and their hypocrisies and their issues. But it's before we go into their hypocrisies and their issues that we know Christ eventually points out. Going into their stances on fate give you a clear indication why these groups may have been susceptible to these flaws in this sin and this hypocrisy down the line. Okay? That's why we're going into fate first. So read paragraph 9 again.
It says, at this time, there were 3 sects among the Jews who had different opinions concerning human actions. The one was called the sect of the Pharisees, another, the sect of the Sadducees, and the other, the sect of the Essenes. Now for the Pharisees, they say that some actions, but not all, are the work of fate.
Some,
He said some,
but not what?
all.
So that's important to know. There's a distinction between those.
There is a distinction. The Pharisees believe some actions, but not all actions, are a work of faith. We're going to go into faith in a second. Pharisees believe in some faith, and the other aspect of our decision making is just out of our own will and power. Read on.
And some of them are in our own power,
Mm-hmm.
and that they are liable to fate, but are not caused by fate.
Okay.
But the sect of the Essenes affirm that fate governs all things.
So the Essenes believe that fate governs all things. So we're going to go into what fate is, but the Essenes believe fate governs all. Pharisees believe that fate governs some of it, some of decisions. Read on.
It says, and that nothing befalls men but what is according to its determination.
So what they're saying is, nothing, the Essenes believe that nothing that you endure and go through happens unless it's ordained by the Most High.
That's Essenes or Essenes?
That's the essence. Essence, the same thing. So the Essenes believe everything is controlled and ruled by fate.
And it's also determined already.
And now we're going to go into all those, the definitions of fate in a second. But the Essenes believe that all is controlled by fate. Read on.
And for the Sadducees, they take away fate.
So the Sadducees don't believe in fate at all. It's all YOLO. It's all about what's in your hands and your power
What you gotta
and
do.
your determinations. You got to do what you got to do. Hell, the Sadducees only believe in like an afterlife. So it's about just do what you got to do, man. Listen, if you only live once, you got to make this happen.
Seize the day.
Seize the day.
Seize the moment.
Listen, before the white man and Goodwill Hunting got him, said, not Goodwill Hunting, what's that movie? And we just Captain, oh Captain. It was an old Robin Williams movie where young Edomite kids were
Dead
being
Poets Club?
Dead Poets Society.
Oh yeah.
Before cats started getting on tables and saying that stuff, you had black people doing it. We was going to push the YOLO first. Well, let's keep going now.
And for the Sadducees, they take away faith and say there is no such thing, and that the events of human affairs are not at its disposal.
So, Sadducees don't believe the Most High is in control of anybody's actions. It's just all whatever you choose to do. But what we're going to see is that varying mindset literally has everything to do with the caliber of discipline and commitment that one has towards the Lord. That's the correlation. But we got to explain it first. And we have to see, we're explaining the concept first. Then we're going to go in the Bible to determine what the Bible says about what faith really is. Continue in the paragraph.
It says, but they suppose that all our actions are in our own power, so that we are ourselves the cause of what is good.
Now who said this?
The Sadducees.
So this is the Sadducees' doctrine or concept.
This is their doctrine. This is one of the major things that separated the three sects.
Okay.
It's, if you boil down to the core of it, it's control. How much control of your own life do you have? How much control of your own circumstances is really in your hands? The Sadducees say you have control of everything. The Pharisees say you only have control of a small amount of what you have in your life. And the Essenes say you have no control over yourself, over your life. Yes?
What is this meeting they're having? Like they're all.
This isn't a meeting. This is just Josephus at his time period explaining their
political
philosophy
parts.
sects.
Because you have
Because it turned into political, but it was a religious. It's a religious perspective first. Then it turns societal, how outlook on life in general. It's the whole shebang. They're just explaining when people choose the Sadducees way of life, this is how they're thinking.
This is This is quote unquote then in the religion of the Sadducees. Because every political party, by technicality, is a religion.
Yes.
Because I subscribe to this belief system.
Yep.
If I am a Democrat, this is my belief system. This is how I raise my children. If I'm a Republican, this is my belief system. This is how I raise my children. If I'm a Sadducee, this is my belief system. This is how I raise my family. So all these perspectives determine how you raise and invest in the people around you.
See, so the brothers answered the question. This is why we're going into it. This is when the shift happened. The shift started happening, or the doctrine started happening, and during the time of Jonathan. Because during the time of Jonathan, we started establishing some type of stability, more stability than ever. So we started getting a little bit of stability, and when we start getting stable, then Israel wants to get opinionated.
That's fancy. That's his too.
Christ, listen, Paul did say we're supposed to be of one mind and one doctrine. That don't mean we do it.
And even during the time of Paul, some said, I'm of Apollos.
I know.
And then some said, I'm of Paul.
Yeah.
There's been different doctrines from the beginning of time. Different ways of looking at things from the beginning of time, and there was just no guarantee and that was going to ever change.
And there was a time when Israel was united in perspective, when there was the school of the prophets, when there was there was established schools and curriculums of the prophets. But then did Saul not kill the priest that ran that?
That's different. No, that's different. Saul killed the priesthood. You're talking about when Elisha had the schools of prophets.
I'm talking about Saul, the priesthood.
Okay.
Elisha's down the
Well,
line.
I'm going to say this. He killed him, but the priesthood still remained.
Okay.
What I was going to say is there's always been varying differences of how things are supposed to be done. Listen, because the truth is this. We had Israelites that were high-placed Israelites back in the day.
That's what I was referring to.
But that always happened.
Yeah.
You had people that sat back here and had their own altars and sacrificed their own animals. There's always been that group of people that did their own thing.
That's why the scriptures say, can two walk together except they be agreed?
Kind of. And the problem is, as much as you want there to be unity, you're just not going to find it. Because Israel, there's always going to be an individual.
Yeah.
There's always going to be a person that says it don't got to be that way. I don't agree. But what we have to do is, if that's the case, create the separation and keep it still. For the sanctity of the ones who want to stay in the right spirit. Yes, sir.
So the Hebrews were all united. When did the Pharisees, Sadducees, in essence, when did that start?
Where we're reading, like I tried to preface, it's during the time of Jonathan's reign as the leader of the Hasmonean dynasty. It doesn't give you something BC is when it happened. But Josephus is explaining this during the time that Jonathan was in power. Now, we can go on Wikipedia if you want to go look right now. When was Jonathan, the Hasmonean king, in power? And whatever that space of time it was, because where we are in our topic is around 125 BC with John Hyrcanus. Jonathan, which was John Hyrcanus' uncle, had to have been in power in around the 135s, maybe 140 at the most. So around 140, 135 BC was when Jonathan was reigning at the time. So these political parties started popping up at around that time. What do you have, David?
It says Jonathan was in power as the leader of the Jewish forces from 160 to 143 BC.
So in between 160 to 143 is when Jonathan was running things.
And as high priest of Judea from 152 to 143 BC.
So let's just say between 152 and 143 was when these groups started coming together. Like I said, I skipped this paragraph because it just was going against the flow of what we were going into the history. But now we have to go backwards and explain that these sects were being set up so we can be prepared to deal with the stories about the Pharisees and Sadducees down the line.
And this is pre-Idumean influence in these sects.
Yes.
So at the time, there's no Idumeans intermingled in these sects.
This is us. This is purely us pushing what we push. So, once again, as a recap, the Sadducees didn't believe in fate at all. And they believed that it was about your power and your control. And whatever you can do in your power will determine your fate.
And don't you meet people like this?
People are like this all the time.
I've met a lot of people.
Listen, people have a control first mindset and know the scriptures. Because these Sadducees, they followed the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah.
They followed the law.
Well, because of my control. Hey.
You telling me that you ain't like that? You telling me that you ain't like that? ain't about control, but follows the law too? This is very common.
Regular people. These are just siphon points. These are points where you can be just. I'm sifted into this. If this is what you believe, and you believe in the law, yes. Do you believe in the Most High controls every element of your life, top to bottom? No. Then I choose Sadducee.
Yes.
Then the other guy's like, man, do you believe the Lord controls all? Not really. Some, well, I have to say that's true. You believe in the first 5 books of the Bible? Of course. Then you may be a what?
Now the Pharisees, there are slight doctrine differences
amongst them.
The Pharisees believe in the entirety of the scriptures. The Sadducees only follow the first 5 books of the Bible. That is a doctrine difference. Okay, now the Essenes believe in the entire book. And they also believe in living piously and off the grid and with greater levels of discipline. We'll go into that later.
And didn't John Hyrcanus switch sides?
We ain't going there yet.
Okay.
We're setting this up to get to that point.
Okay.
Because we need to start sitting back here and implementing these religious sects. Because as we go into John Hyrcanus, he gets affected by this confrontation of these different groups and sects. That's
and it
why
gives
it's
you
important.
a good background, because a lot of time I'm reading history, and it turns into this. I call it spaghetti, because it's an unending, just turns and it's like
Spiral connections.
Spirals. Where are the distinctions? Where are we at?
And nobody's gonna get their hands messy and individually take all the spaghetti
Too many
out.
confusion points. But the Lord's law.
Kids do it though.
Kids do, but
Yes.
the Lord is allowing us to at
Hands
least
full of spaghetti, like
have-
and they want to fix hey,
What are
I got a
you
question
doing?
for you.
Stop doing that.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
But you have the Most High allowing us to get the background to give us further clarity when we get to the time of Christ.
Yep. So we're trying to set the tone before we go into the specifics.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got the 3 groups. One didn't believe in faith. One believed in faith partially. The other believed in faith all the way. We're going to hold this. Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's break down the definitions of faith. Then we're going to go into another part, another Josephus book. Okay. Can you read the 2 different definitions of faith that we have right there?
All right. Fate. The first definition of fate. F-A-T-E. Fate. Primarily a decree or word pronounced by the Most High.
So fate is a decree pronounced by the Most High. This is going to happen. This is going to happen in your life. You're going to go X amount of years living your life this way. Then I want you to sit back and take a right, and you're going to go this direction.
Yeah.
Read on.
Or a fixed sentence by which the order of things is prescribed.
So also, what fate is, it is a fixed sentence based on the order the Most High prescribes. A fixed sentence. Meaning whatever the Most High decrees is fixed, is etched in stone. You're going to go this direction. You have been called and chosen to go this path and go this direction. And you were intended to do this from the very beginning. This is what fate is. And this is the foundation of this discussion and this back and forth banter that these different groups are arguing about. Read on.
Hence, inevitably, necessity.
Meaning it is a necessity that whatever you're going through, it was meant to go that path. Wherever your life is, you were supposed to be there. Whatever you're going through and enduring, you were supposed to experience it. Read on.
Hence, inevitable necessity. Destiny depending on superior cause and uncontrollable.
So what is he saying? Spiritual destiny, though. It was spiritual destiny depending on a superior cause and uncontrollable. This is what fate is. Uncontrollable destiny. Led by a superior cause and uncontrollable. Okay? So this is the discussion that these men of the Lord, so to speak, are discussing and talking about. Read on.
It says,
This is the second definition.
number 2. A preordained course or fixed energetic blueprint governed by higher cosmic laws or divine will.
So once again, what he's saying is a fixed energetic blueprint governed by higher cosmic laws or divine will. This is what fate looks like. What he's saying is everybody in this room was meant to be in this room. Everybody that chose to sit back here and buy into these scriptures were meant to buy into these scriptures and see the scriptures the way they were. What he's saying, we were called to see the word and to embrace and serve the Most High. There was nothing no situation or circumstance that we're in that wasn't meant to be the way it is. That is the foundation of what faith is. Let's continue.
It says, it represents the outer circumstances, limitations, and fixed milestones assigned to a soul before incarnation to facilitate spiritual growth.
So he said, these milestones were meant for us to hit the paths in our life we were meant to go live and follow before we were born, before we were created, before we were even thought of. We were supposed to be where we were, go down the paths we are, and to serve the Most High or to not serve the Most High.
Yeah, John the Baptist.
I got a bunch of stuff. I don't have to specifically John the Baptist. So as we go into it, just show it to me because there's a lot here and we got to be conscious of it. But I'm all open for that because I don't have that one. So let's be conscious. This is what faith is. And before we go on to the next part, let me see. Yeah, let's go there. Core dimensions of faith.
All right, core dimensions of faith. Pre-birth blueprint.
Pre-birth, the fundamentals of faith is that before we were born, the Most High had our plan already set up. We're going to read in other scriptures, I don't know if we'll get to it today, but we want to try, that before creation was established, God's chosen was already set up. So if the Lord's chosen was already set up, did you have a plan? Or do you really think that whatever the hell was in your head, you was going to make it shake? Do you think you're here by coincidence? Or did the Most High bring you here? Did He draw you here?
Or were you a mistake?
But Most High doesn't make mistakes. Your circumstance isn't a mistake. Who you married isn't a mistake. Who the Most High has you attached to isn't a mistake. It was already preordained. So if everything was preordained, why are you asking? Why am I in this? Why am I going through this? I don't understand. Is it you don't understand, or you're just running from what you were called to do and be engaged in? That's the real question. But let's continue. We're going to take our time on this. This is a lot to absorb.
Pre-birth blueprint. The structural framework of a life, including specific cultural, biological, and historical conditions, chosen or assigned at a soul level.
He says, our spirits were chosen and assigned to be in the particular camp you're in, the particular school you're in, the particular body of Christ you're in, the particular affiliations you're in. Yes, sir.
So what is the fine line between faith and our own actions?
That's the question we're having. That's the question. We're setting this up for that same question. That's what these people that were determining, that were calling themselves Sadducees, Pharisees, and Essenes were all talking about. This literal thing.
But all three, you said all three kept the Torah, kept the first 5 books.
Yeah, at the very least.
At the very least.
Yes.
But there's prophecies within that, correct?
Yeah.
But that would entail faith, like it's already pre.
Let's just go into it. All we're doing is just laying the foundation, laying the groundworks. And to your question, that's where we're going. We're leading that direction. Because this is the question that everybody's asking. How much control do any of us have? How much power do we have to do whatever the hell we want to do? How much of it is free will? Because the question that when you talk about faith, the next question is free will. How much free will does mankind have? Is there a little free will? Do you have all control of free will? Or do you have no free will? That's the bazillion-dollar question. And this is what is underlined when you talk about what faith is. The Pharisees are saying, a lot of what the Most High has us go through is preordained. Some of it you have a little control. You have a little free. You have free will, and the Most High controls everything. The Sadducees are like, nah, you control it all, man. It's all in your hands. The world is mine. Twism. Remember that stupid acronym rappers used to use in the 90s? Twism. It's horrible. Anyway, it's either that, and then yes, the Essenes, who live the most pious of all the Hebrew groups, say you don't control nothing. Everything you do, everything you're put through, is in control of the Most High. And you are where you are because the Most High ordained it to be that way. You're in the circumstance you're in because the Most High has you there. And you were supposed to live the way you're living under the circumstance you're going through.
Can I pull 2 scriptures?
No, I got to see it. I have to see it because I got to go into definitions first, and I don't want to go into this. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. We will be getting to that phase, but that's why I'm really just take a picture of a screenshot. Don't forget it.
Right.
So, and when we start going into that theme, we got theme. We'll get into it. So once again, what am I doing? We're just trying to set up definition work so we can understand it before the scriptures give us the answer. A war and ire is not going to steer anything anywhere. Like, I'm going to push this, I'm going to push that. No, we're going to let the word talk. What we're explaining is what the 3 different sects that were at the time were debating on. And how important this is because it opens the door. Because how much you understand and accept what free will is and what it isn't will determine obedience levels too. Yes, sis.
You call these the core what?
No. It's just I'm not calling it anything. We're just going into definition work. Just read the core dimensions of faith.
Core dimensions of faith.
Core meaning man.
It's 2 core dimensions of faith. One is pre-birth blueprint, which is the structural framework of a life, including specific cultural, biological, and historical conditions chosen or assigned at a soul level. And the second core dimensions of faith is called the fixed anchor, which is an external, unchangeable events and turning points that act as a mandatory catalyst for awakening.
So this is gonna make more sense when we explain providence, because providence goes along with faith. But from all of this, what is he saying? That all of us have fixed lives and fixed destinies from the beginning. And what we're doing every day is living out these fixed, blueprinted plans for all of us to live and exist. That is what faith is. Now the question is, this is undoubtable. The question is, how much of this, how much is the Most High dominating everything we're doing? There's not a debate on if this is true or not. The debate is how much does the Most High have control over everything we do, and how much does he give us that line and space,
Free will.
to choose whatever path we want to choose? Because the question is this: did we choose to come in the truth, or did the Most High choose us to come in the truth? Did we choose to sit? Did certain men choose to come in the truth, and sisters, and then leave, or did the Most High ordain that to be? These are the real questions.
The Most High says he speaks once, yea, twice, but man perceiveth.
Yeah. So, but we're gonna go into all that good stuff. Once again, I'm setting the tone for what this looks like and what this debate is explaining. That helps start defining what groups tap into what philosophy or spiritual way of looking at things. So I'm going to read faith again into the definition. It says a preordained course or fixed energetic blueprint governed by high cosmic laws or divine will. It represents the outer circumstances, limitations, and fixed milestones. When it says outer circumstances, everything that happened to you, was it of the Most High or not? All these outer circumstances that affect you, did the Most High have it be that way, or did you choose it to be that way? This is the question. Outer circumstances, limitations, you might want to push a certain direction and the Most High just don't let you. Is it because you weren't meant to go to that level? Or you just didn't have what it took to be to that level? Or it was an unfortunate circumstance that limited you this way?
Or if you didn't get the job, you say it wasn't meant to be.
Or was it, or you didn't get exactly what you just didn't sit back and make the adjustments? Or was the Most High didn't want you to do it? That's the question. Then it says, and fixed milestones assigned to a soul. Most High is like, hey, the question is this. Or is your life fixed or in this whatever circumstance because it's the will of the Father? And how much of it is true? How much of that is true? And how much space and freedom do we have to push further outside of these quote-unquote fixed limitations? How much control do we have over it? This is what has been debated over by Israelites for many, many, many years. Okay, now let's go to Wars of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 8, Paragraph 14. I might have that. I thought I want to do this one. I know, bro. You got to just cut it on, man. Just cut it on, man. Thought I want to get you slid it in.
Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Baya Sha'o.
Zawam Maka, Shal Shabbatah, Barashar, Bayashar, Amusha. Yahweh Hashem Hashem Akata.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbatah.
Okay. Okay. Wars of the Jews, Book 2, Paragraph, Book 2, Chapter 10. Did I say 10? No, I'm sorry, Chapter 8, Slakia. Chapter 8, Paragraph 14. Book 2, Chapter 8, Paragraph 14. So far, any questions? Let's continue.
God. War of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 8. Say, which paragraph?
It is paragraph 14.
Paragraph 14. But then, as the two other orders at first mentioned, the Pharisees are those who esteem most skillful in the exact explication of their laws.
Hold that real quick.
Yes.
Oh, this is not good. What's the sound?
Cooking.
It's in the front.
That happened already. Sounds like a toaster.
That wasn't good.
Yeah.
That wasn't good at all. You must have cooked on a Wednesday or something like that. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure the power cuts on, so when we start rolling, it's not where it's not on still. There it goes. All right. Wars of the Jews. It's in the back. The Josephus is broken up in the Antiquities of the Jews and the Wars of the Jews. It's in the Josephus, but it's in the second part of the book, second part of the writing.
Page 607.
She has a different book though.
Okay, I have the, well, I've got the blue one, and then I got
Oh,
those.
no.
Yes.
Yeah, 607.
Okay, so let's do that again. Where are we at again? Salaki.
War of the Jews, Book 2,
I
Chapter
heard
8.
some snack, crapple, pop. I was like, bro, this is not cool. I'm not going to blow up the computer right here. So let's read that.
War of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 8, Paragraph 14, line 162, page 607. But then, as to the two other orders at first mentioned.
Stop. This entire chapter 8, all 14 or 13 of the paragraphs, they really more emphasize the Essenes. And they go into their specifics and all their disciplines and all the details to their lifestyle. But now we're jumping back and they're just explaining, they explain the Essenes. Now they're going to go back to these Pharisees and Sadducees again. Read on.
The Pharisees are those who are esteemed most skillful in the exact explication of their law.
So the Pharisees are better suited to explain and to teach their concepts than the others. Their explanations are clearer and are more received by the people. Read that.
And introduce the first sect. These ascribe all to fate or providence and to the Most High, and yet allow that to act what is right or the contrary is principally in the power of men.
So what they're saying is the Pharisees do ascribe to fate, but another word to explain fate is providence. And we're going to go into the definition of providence in a second. But they understand that certain aspects that the Most High does is ordained or explained by fate and providence. Read on.
It says, and yet allow that to act what is right or the contrary is principally in the power of men.
So what they're saying is the power to act and make decisions is principally in the power of men to do good or evil. So I guess the Pharisees are like, they understand fate, but they believe man has the power to control their circumstances on the right-hand side or on the left-hand side, in righteousness or wickedness. This is what Pharisees believe in. Read on.
Although fate does cooperate in every action.
But then they'll say fate operates in every action. You see how wordy this gets? It's almost like, okay, how can there be providence and fate, and then but you have the power to do right or wrong, but then fate lines up with the right or wrong that you do. Like, what does that even mean? It sounds like a bunch of word gumbo and word salad. But we'll see. We'll see what the scripture says. Continue.
They say that all souls are incorruptible, but that the souls of good men.
No, read the part about we're in the Sadducees now, right?
God,
No. We're still in the Pharisees. Read that again. They say.
would you want me to start that?
They say that all souls. You just read it. You just read it, and I stopped you.
They say that all souls are incorruptible, but that the souls of good men are only removed into other bodies, but that the souls of bad men are subject to eternal punishment.
So the Pharisees do believe in an afterlife. They believe in a heaven and a hell. Read on.
But the Sadducees are those that compose the second order and take away faith entirely, and suppose that the Most High is not concerned in our doing or not doing what is evil.
So listen, if the Sadducee doesn't believe the Most High is concerned with us doing evil or good, then what does it give them the free reign to do? Do whatever they want. And it just so happens to show that the Pharisees were the rich. The Sadducees were the elite financially in the nation. So you got all the money. The Sadducees were the elite the financial elite in the nation.
Okay.
And also their belief is you have the power to do what you want. So what does that mean?
And no consequence because no hell.
But there's no consequence because there's no afterlife in
What
it.
what a convenient belief system.
Exactly. Listen, you can
And
do
by
whatever
the
you
way,
want. Whatever. The Most High doesn't care about what you do, and there's no afterlife.
That's the way you scrub your conscience from guilt.
That's the point. So he's letting you know that these different sects have different degrees of shame that they live with, different degrees of spiritual accountability
They deal with.
that they operate in. Because if I'm a Sadducee and I don't believe that they're predetermined people to make the kingdom or not, then I'm off the hook mentally or spiritually. Because if you do believe in fate, then it also means I have to fight my tail off to make sure, have I done enough to be on point? Have I lived right enough? Am I the one that's right? Am I the one that's meant to play the role of the righteous? Or am I the one that's meant to play the role of the wicked? Because you don't know, what are you supposed to be doing? Fighting to play the role of the righteous.
That's the most logical play.
And that is the definition, the very definition of what fear of the Lord is.
Wow.
If you fear the Lord, and you know you might be created to not make it, well then you might have been created to make it. It's what are you gonna fill in?
Yep.
We're going to that later. But the Pharisees, they go to sleep like a baby. They ain't worried about nothing.
Is it Pharisees or the
I'm sorry, the Sadducees.
The Sadducees are
They go to sleep like a baby.
they're the financial elite.
There is no stress. I got all the money I
conscience.
need. No conscience. I'm not worried about screwing people over.
They're worried about
Because the Lord ain't worried about me. He's doing his thing.
And you know what? There's no hell. So
And there's no hell. So you know what? Listen, I got to maximize every day of my life. Because there's no more afterlife.
I did good things, I did bad things.
It don't matter. I did a little good, a little bad. Yes, sir.
Does this fall into like New Age religion teachings of like self-help, like you can manifest your own destiny and you're God, you kind of that like the Sadducees way of thinking, like you control everything around you, not God, no heaven, no hell, you create all.
It's an aspect of it, at least the Sadducee philosophy. It's about all of your control and what you can do with your power.
And it's an aspect of a negative person.
It's a wicked person.
To be untethered to the Most High.
It's being untethered to consequence.
Yes. Yeah, people that are
And to be
untethered.
untethered to fear.
Yeah.
And this is why even the nation despised the Sadducees. Because they had no rules. They outside of the basic law. You see how you can know the law and still be a wicked SOB. This is what we keep trying to tell the Jew. Just because you sit back, you're a commandment keeper since 96, who gives a damn? You can keep the law and still have no conscience towards being right. Still not be accountable to anybody. The law is the beginning. These people even knew that. So, let's continue in Wars of the Jews, paragraph 14.
Line 165. And they say that to act what is good or what is evil is at men's own choice.
Either whatever they want to do, it's the Sadducees. If you want to do good, you want to do bad. If you think you got to do bad to get on top, you do what you got to do, man.
Do what you gotta do. Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. We're done. Yes, sis. No, but they do believe in the Most High. They do believe in the Most High.
They just say that God doesn't care about what you do.
Yeah, but they do believe. You need more questions? Let's keep going.
And that the one or the other belongs so to everyone, that they may act as they please. They also take away the belief of immortal duration of the soul,
Mm-hmm.
and the punishments and rewards in Hades.
So they don't believe in a hell. They don't believe in a heaven. They believe when you die, your soul dies. It goes in the ground like a dog. Read on.
And to be specific to the concept of your question, when you said about atheism, It's really the technical term for it is agnosticism.
Yeah.
Agnosticism is the view that the existence of God is unknown or unknowable. While distinct from atheism, which lacks belief, they are often grouped together in the general use. I don't take God serious. They don't care. This is God, but whatever.
But you know what they say? I'm spiritual.
Yeah.
I'm spiritual. But I mean, God or not God, I just live
I
and
follow the laws of the universe.
yes, laws of the universe. I'm spiritual.
I believe
Spiritualism.
in karma. Whatever
Yes.
you put out there,
Yeah.
come back to you.
What you throw out there in the ether is going to come back.
It's going to
man.
come back to you.
Man.
Put
But you don't really love God, though.
Of course not.
Powerful seeds of
Yeah.
joy.
Joy. I'm gonna throw energy. I'm gonna throw reflect
Energy.
the negative energy
Yeah.
and push positive energy and juju, and we'll come back to it.
But they're not righteous people.
Be about the light, man. Just be about the light.
Well, I see you have a dark aura, man. You have a dark aura, man. I just see it as just.
Yeah.
I don't like your
Your
aura,
energy,
man.
your energy's
I
dark.
can't be around this guy's aura.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I may have missed this. These sects of people created this understanding. Why? How? Is this a bunch of people thought that way, so they came together?
And they started aligning themselves based off of what suits them.
Every beast.
A cleaves according to his like. So now you have the Essenes understand or believe the Most High is in control of everything. So you operate accordingly that way. He controls everything. Everything is predestined. So if you understand that, listen, if you understand that everybody is predestined to follow a road and a path, and you also believe in heaven and you believe in hell, that means that assures you that you will be more conscious of your actions, and you'll be more disciplined, and you'll be more accountable if you hope that your works, that if you do the right thing, the Most High you would be fulfilling what you're called to be. So the question is this: if you believe in the fate of the Lord, then you're working every day in hopes that you were called to play the role of the righteous. That's your motivation.
It's your fight.
You hope and you fight your butt off because the question is, are you chosen?
Are you?
I don't know. Are you chosen? Did the Most High choose you for this? Or did he choose you to be destroyed? Did he choose you to play the side of the right? Or did he choose you to play the side of the left?
There are many vessels in the Lord's house.
Good.
Some to honor and some to dishonor.
So the question is this: which one were you chosen to be? And that's the point. And if you really want to be in the kingdom, your actions will determine if that will be your reality. But what does that help keep you or keep sustaining your spirit? Yes, sir?
I'm gonna go there. I'm jumping down and out there. Okay. Alright, so the Most High knows all. Every hair on your head before you want you, he knows everything.
Yeah.
He also gave us free will. However,
No, he didn't. That's the question. That's the question. Because the thing is this. Listen. I know. Listen. It's my fault because I'm opening up with the conversation. But did he give us free will?
Doesn't he just know what we're gonna choose?
That's the question. That's what we're going to go into and prove in the scriptures. Did he give us free will, or did he already put it in you to do what he wanted to do in the first place?
Okay, so
Did he put it in you to do the good works, or did you do the work because you want to do the good works? Because you're a righteous guy. Are you a righteous guy, or did he put it in you to do righteous things? Because you were chosen from the beginning.
yes.
I don't know. We're going to find out.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. I told you it's yes, son.
That's the point.
I don't hear no. The answer is no.
Y'all hardened Pharaoh's heart.
He hardened it. Did Pharaoh harden on his own, or did the Lord harden it?
He hardened it.
The Lord said, the Bible said that. The Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart. Didn't he? That's what the scripture says. The Lord said, I'm going to harden your heart.
Yeah.
What did Pharaoh do to have his heart hardened? Nothing.
He's had some licks and some onions out. He put his crown on. I ain't gonna listen to nobody.
Listen, the Most High did that.
More bricks.
More bricks.
He was about to say yes, and then he said no. You can't take it.
Listen, who did that? Was it him?
The Lord.
That's the point of it. And if the Lord did it, so the Lord just did it to the Egyptians and not us? Anyway, didn't the scripture say that the Most High is in control of the heart of the king?
Yes.
So is it not in control of the heart of everyone else? I don't know. Who knows? So anyway, let's go. Let's just think it out. We're gonna go and read. This is not a war pushing anything. We're just sitting down, having a meal, reading scripture.
Delicious meal.
Listen, we're just sitting back here. We're trying to prove it. That's all we're going to do. So, let's continue into Josephus.
Line 166. Moreover, the Pharisees are friendly to one another, and are for the exercise of concord and regard for the public.
So the Pharisees won the people. Read on.
But the behavior of the Sadducees, one towards another, is in some degree wild.
So they're saying, because the Sadducees are wild towards one another. Because their beef is all a free-for-all.
There's no tested rule system.
Because there's no, if there is no fate, and there's no the Most High's providence, you can do whatever the hell you want, even to your own group.
Just operate with the law in formality.
That was
The law is
aren't
formality.
we starting to see the Sadducees, which have no law? Oh, they have a law, the scriptures. They believe in the law, but they don't believe the Most High is in control of anything. There's no fate, and if there's no fate, I can do what the hell I want to do to everybody around me, because there's no consequences. So once again, this concept of fate and providence ties into accountability. And there's different levels of accountability with these different sects of Israelites. That is the difference that fate produces for us. It's accountability and true fear. So, let's continue.
And their conversation with those that are of their own party is as barbarous as if they were strangers to them.
So they said how they talk to one another is barbarous and brutish. This is the Sadducees. Read on.
And this is what I had to say concerning the philosophic sects among the Jews.
Okay, so we'll go into this later, but I just want to deal with that initially. Now we're going to go into the definition of providence, because providence is another issue that we have to start talking about. 1 second, I'm trying to. Let me see. Okay, so definition of providence in theology: the care and superintendence which the Most High exercises over his creatures. He that acknowledges a creation and denies a providence involves himself in a palpable, which means obvious, contradiction. What does that mean? So we're talking about Josephus explained fate and providence in the same breath. It's a little different, but it's similar. Providence is the care and superintendence which the Most High exercises over his creation. So if the Most High created his people, he has providence over his people. Then it says, he that acknowledges a creation. Most High, if you acknowledge the Most High created us and denies a providence, meaning denies, accepts that we were created, but denies that the Most High has providence over us, or superintendence. Superintendence means one that has oversight and charge of something with the power of direction. So what does that mean? He that acknowledges a creation and denies that that one who creates has power and oversight and control over what he created, involves himself in an obvious contradiction. So it's a contradiction to acknowledge the Most High creates you and then not acknowledge that he has providence over you. And he has providence over the creation he had. Does that make sense? It just doesn't make sense if he created us that he doesn't have control over us and doesn't have oversight over us and doesn't have charge of us. So, then it says, for the same power which caused a thing to exist is necessary to continue its existence. Okay. Now another definition of providence. The Most High's providence is the continuous care, guidance, and governance by which the Most High directs all things in the universe towards his wise and good purpose. Providence is the understanding that not only did he create us, he continuously looks after us. That is what the definition of providence is. And this is what the Pharisees are saying that the Most High does to a degree. They're saying that the Most High made us, looks after us, and governs us, but we also have free will too. But we're going to see, and I want to give a verse example of what providence is, so we can kind of go from there. Then we'll start going into verses that either prove or disprove these guys' theories. So let's go Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 2 through 5. This verse proves that providence is a real thing. This verse proves providence is real. Once again, what's providence? The Most High created us, and he looks over us and checks for us and looks after us and monitors our development. So it's not just you're created and you're on your own, like the Sadducees seem to think. Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 8 and verse 2. And thou shalt remember all the ways which the Lord thy power led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble thee, and to prove thee, to know what was in thy heart, whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or no.
So what, doesn't that look like providence to you? For 40 years he's watching. For 40 years he was watching this group to see how we would act, to see how we'd operate, to see how we think, to study, to check us, to see how we're moving, to see if we'd keep his commandments, to humble us for 40 years. And the Most High was tracking our humility. So that means the Most High is was looking over his nation for an extended period of time. That proves providence. There's no doubt there's providence.
And if the Most High is watching over us for the purpose of examining our actions,
Mm-hmm.
To understand, are we going to fail this test?
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to pass this test? Then that means if you're examining somebody for that purpose, you're watching them throughout their life so that you can determine the end of the examination.
Huh?
Did you remain faithful? So if the Most High is in our life to determine if we remain faithful, that means he has to be watching us continually all the way through our life for that purpose.
And that's the definition of providence. I'm going to read the providence definition for the sister. The Most High's providence is the continuous care, guidance, and governance by which the Most High directs all things in the universe towards his wise and good purposes. It means the Most High is actively involved in sustaining creation, managing world events, and providing for human needs through both natural and miraculous means. And you can see that in action as we're going through Deuteronomy chapter 8.
Yep.
The Most High is looking and managing, and whether it's through natural or miraculous means, the Most High is literally watching every step of the way to let you know that his providence is real. Once again, from creation to managing is real. Read on in Deuteronomy. I think it's verse 3.
Come, verse 3. And he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna.
Which is a miracle. Manna is a miracle. Read on.
Which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man does not live by bread only, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of the Lord doth man live.
Uh-huh.
Thy raiment wax not old upon thee.
Which is a miracle. These are miracles. Your clothes don't wax old. You're fed by manna. Read on.
Neither did thy foot swell these 40 years.
So once again, tying into that definition of providence, it says the Most High is actively involved in sustaining creation. Not just creating, but sustaining creation. Managing world events and providing for human needs through both natural and miraculous means. Read on.
Thou shalt also consider in thy heart that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy power chasteneth thee.
If the Lord is chastening you, that means he's monitoring you. That means he has providence over you. So providence is there's no doubt the Most High has providence over us, over his creation. You can't even deny that. How the Sadducees acted like this wasn't true, Lord help them. Especially if they're following the first 5 books of the Bible. But there's no doubt the Most High's providence is there. Now, fate and providence are similar, but they're slightly different. Okay? Providence means the Creator created us and is monitoring every action that we do. It doesn't guarantee, providence doesn't specifically guarantee there's no free will. Providence doesn't guarantee that Most High controls all of things and you have no free will. Fate explains that. And this is where that topic of debate with fate. How much control does the Most High have over us when he is looking at us and his providence is over us? Okay. Now, let's sit back here and recap things. The major contention of all 3 sects was how much control did the Most High have over our lives, and did we actually have free will? That's the $1 million question. Did we actually have free will? Everybody acknowledged there was providence over his creation, but how much free will do we have under that providence? How much fate and providence does the Most High have control over? And the basics of the law was really never a concern. Nobody was fighting over the law of Moses. Nobody was arguing about the laws. They knew that's what had to be done. Now, your pro-Hellenists were another group. But these groups understood the law. So that wasn't a fight. And I like to push that because you can follow the law and still be off in the spirit. And a lot of Israelites follow the law and they think that's all you got to do is follow that law and you're content and you're good. And that's just not reality.
You can follow the law and be angry.
And be hateful.
Be hateful.
And that's the point. And be spiteful, exactly. So with that being the case, now let's start getting into the scriptures about if we can actually prove one way or the other about the fate of the Most High, or how much control does the Most High have over us. Okay? You type them in real quick. First verse we're going to go into is Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 24. Okay, let me get that myself. Proverbs 20 and 24. Read that, sir.
Now, Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 24. Man's goings are of the Lord.
What is when it says man's goings are of the Lord? What does that mean? Yeah, where he's going and how he's going and how he's going to go about doing it are really from the Lord. That means our decision making, how we move, how we act are of the Lord. Read on.
How can a man then understand his own way?
Listen, and do we really understand what we're doing and why we're doing it? The answer is no. He says if man's goings and their decisions are from the Lord, and man can't understand their way and can't understand why they're doing what they're doing. This is giving you a little snippet of who's running the show. Man's goings, it's in simple language.
Very simple.
Man's goings are from the Lord. That means the things you're doing is coming from who? It ain't coming from you. But we're walking around here telling ourselves it's us. But it's not us. At all.
You know, do we really have power on how things are going to turn out in our life?
No. We have no control if the thing we do works. If the plans we make work. If they work in our favor, they blow up in our face. Do we really have control?
So, if before we are even created, our story is already written,
Yes, but we're going to prove it.
why are there sinners?
Because everybody has a role to play. Why is Esau alive? Because we can see it for Esau. Oh yeah, Esau's wicked. Yeah, they had to play wicked. Well, there's Jews that are wicked too. That were created to play a role too. Everybody has a role to play.
You'll say the righteous shall scarcely make it.
Con. We're going to go into all this, but yes, that's a good question. But man's ways and goings are of the Lord. He's controlling it. That means the wicked's ways. Wicked man's goings are of the Lord. The righteous man's goings are of the Lord. The guy that's lukewarm's ways are of the Lord. Go to Jeremiah 10 and 23.
The scripture though, before we go there. Proverbs 16 and 9.
All right, got that coming next.
Okay.
That's the third verse coming in right there.
What's that?
That's the third. That's number 3.
Yeah,
so
perfect.
Jeremiah 10 and 23. Yeah, it's set up. The next one
there you
coming.
go. We'll walk the steps.
Jeremiah 10 and 23. Just keep throwing them out because I know I did this really quickly, so I know there's some things I'm missing. Jeremiah 10 and 23. This one's a monster.
Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse 23. O Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself.
He said the same thing in a different way. The way of man is not in himself. Man isn't creating their own destiny. We're not carving out our own destiny. He says, I know. He says, I know that the way of man is not in himself. Read on.
It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps.
He says, man doesn't direct their own steps. And if I don't direct my own steps, then who's directing it? If you don't direct your own step, then who's directing it? The Lord is directing your steps. If you're not, if I'm not, and that's where it ties in Proverbs 16. Hold this and go to Proverbs 16 and 9.
Proverbs chapter 16 and verse
Again?
9.
No.
A man's heart.
Hold. Read that again.
Playing with the line.
Okay. Read that, sir.
Proverbs chapter 16 and verse 9. A man's heart divideth his way.
So a man might think of an idea. Read on.
But the Lord directed his steps.
The Most High directs his steps.
Man, Lord makes me. So, people hate that, bro.
Well, but you got to go back to Jeremiah, though. I want to go back to Jeremiah 10 and 23, then we're going to double back to Proverbs.
Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse 23. O Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself.
The way of man is not in himself.
What does that mean?
We walk around here thinking we're the boss, we're making all these moves. The Most High is in control of it all.
Wow.
We're not in control of anything.
We're nothing.
At all. Jeremiah says, I know unequivocally the way of man is not in himself. Read on.
It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps.
Man that walks does not direct his steps. We don't control our decisions. The Most High controls our decisions. Even our decisions, the steps we make, He is in control of it. So I think I'm in control. The Most High is just moving pieces around. He's moving things around us because He knows what we're going to do if this piece is put over here. If this piece is put here, then you're going to do that. He knows that about us. If this is here, you're going to do that move. He already knows us. So are we the ones? We're the ones playing four-dimensional chess?
No.
No, we ain't playing 4D chess.
We're playing checkers.
We're playing checkers.
We're playing tic-tac-toe.
That's what we're doing. But the Most High knows. He knows exactly what we're doing. And He's in control of it. Is this a war saying these words? War ain't saying it. We just set the tone with fate. And the words that the Bible's talking to us now. Go back to Proverbs 16 and 9.
Proverbs chapter 6.
And sis says, so we're not our own boss? Hell no, we ain't our own boss. We don't control nothing.
We're not self-made, G.
We're not self-made. You're not him.
Yeah.
You're not him.
Timothy.
You're not him. I was going to say, you're not him with none of that stuff, huh? Let's keep going. Proverbs 16 and 9.
Proverbs chapter 16 and verse 9. A man's heart divides his way.
You think you're making plans. Read on.
But the Lord directed his steps.
He's directing you where He wants you to go. So are those plans really yours?
If you got a lot of pride.
But the funny thing is a man's heart devises his way.
Yeah.
But are you really devising your way if He's setting the steps to take you where He wants you to go? He's not. Just saying. Let this go.
Nobody's thinking of
Nobody like this. The thinker. Like the Greek thinker.
Yeah.
Like this. Nobody cares about that crap. Yes,
I'll say, it might be in your mind, but who put it there?
Listen, I know this. We're going to go into that with more specifics. It's crazy. It's crazy how potent the Most High is and how real the Most High is. Let me see. Let's go. Go to James chapter 4, verse 13. This one blew my mind out. James 4, verse 13. This is the New Testament for everybody. Everybody wants to sit back out in the New Testament. It's lighter. There was a Job verse. What did I do with that damn verse? Right, that's the point.
I got it.
No, but I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure I did is didn't have it somewhere else because wait, hold on. How come it didn't print out? I got it. Matter of fact, before we go to James, why didn't it print out? See, Satan was rolling that.
Yeah.
But listen.
It was preset.
Before you go to that verse, because I had it here, but it didn't go here. That's crazy. Give me that is absolutely crazy. Oh no, I know where it is. We just got out of Proverbs 16 and 9. Before we go to James 4, let's go to Job 33. This is the one, both of these verses blew my mind. But Job 33 and 13 through 17. Job 33 verse 13 through 17.
Job chapter 33 and verse 13. Why dost thou strive against him? For he giveth not account of any of his matters. For the Most High speaketh once, yea, twice, yet man perceiveth it not.
He says the Most High is speaking to us. What is he speaking to? What is he saying? He's giving us instruction. He's giving us instruction and we're not even picking it up on it. Read on.
In a dream, in a vision of the night.
The Most High is speaking to us in a dream. In a vision of the night. Read on.
When deep sleep falleth upon men.
So when we're knocked out, when we got REM sleep, we knocked out snoring, the Most High is doing what? He's watching us. Read on.
In slumberings upon the bed. Then he openeth the ears of men.
Well, then, read on.
And sealeth their instruction.
What is he saying? When you're knocked out gargling, he's telling you the instructions he wants you to manifest for the next day. You're not coming up with nothing.
Something just told me, man.
No, something been on me, man. It's been on me, man.
Yeah.
It's premonition or something, man.
Something just told me to do this, man.
The spirit is working with me, man. I just had all these thoughts, man. There's a lot to learn and digest, man.
It came to me.
It came to me like a song I wrote, man. You know, like you out here making beats and that. The words
That
come
sounded
from your head.
yeah, came to me. Yo, check it out.
Yeah.
Once upon a time.
Not long ago. Get out of here.
I said, I just came to you, huh?
Yeah. That's how people think.
Yeah.
But what does the scripture say?
I had a vision.
Yeah, I had a vision. The spirit was talking to me, man.
Crazy vision.
Listen, man, my mind was blown, man. But read that again. He says in verse 15 and 16.
Job chapter 33 and verse 15. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men, and sealeth their instruction.
So who's directing the steps? Who's directing all your moves? Who is inspiring you to do the things he wants you to do? The Most High is. Read on.
That he may withdraw man from his purpose.
So, what does that mean? He is sitting back here and putting whatever he's going to put in your mind to withdraw you from what you want to do.
But
So you can do what he wants you to do.
The withdrawing man from his purpose is a point that men don't emphasize and stress enough. You may have a purpose. You may have a thought that you want to give yourself to.
But it's not about your purpose.
But the Most High counterbalances your desires and your purpose by creating these different scenarios that
to force you back to
do his will.
Plan, his predetermined plan he has for you. He's got a predetermined plan for you. And it doesn't matter what the hell you're thinking. You're going to sit here and fit the slot you're supposed to fit. There's no changing the course of your life the Most High has for you. I missed another verse. Why didn't it print out? That's weird, man. That's really weird. Keep going.
It's off the phone. So big.
I've got to. Read on. Read verse 17 again.
Verse 17. That he may withdraw man from his purpose and hide pride from man.
And it's about hiding pride. Because the point is, he'll sit back and set something up to break you so it ain't about you. Matter of fact, hold this. We're going to go back to it. Go to Proverbs 19 and 21. This was supposed to be before that. This is weird, man. Proverbs 19 and 21.
Proverbs chapter 19.
Matter of fact, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find something while you're doing that. Was that? Yeah, exactly. But how about I found it before I went too far away, so it was meant for me to bring it up? How about that? That was a good one. That's awesome. Okay, let's do that.
Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 21. There are many devices in a man's heart.
Listen, man has a lot of things they might want to do. They got plans, man. They got big things planned, man. I'm gonna do this and do that, man.
You know,
and make it shape.
What we do is we got the vision board in the room. We got we got the vision board. We got the places we want to go. We got the people that we want to see, and the people that we want to become.
Yep.
We got the goals. Week 1, week 2, week 3, month 2.
Yep.
We got the vision board. We got cutouts of pictures of the body that we want, the template of the body we want. We got all that on the vision board. The Most High may have a completely different vision board.
It's not even a mic. It's definitely a different vision board.
I didn't see all these kids in my future.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but all these kids.
All these responsibilities.
Yeah. That wasn't on my vision board.
Exactly. Yeah. Once again, read verse 21 again.
Verse 21. There are many devices in a man's heart.
There's a lot of things the person wants to do. A lot of plans and expectations for their life. The Most High wants them that they want to do. Read on.
Nevertheless, the counsel of the Lord, that shall stand.
What does the counsel mean? The counsel means your purpose. Your purpose is going to stand. I want to be an astronaut. The Most High don't want you to be no damn astronaut. You want to be a ball player? Who gives a damn what you want to do? You want to be a rapper? Get that mic out your hand and read the damn scriptures and do what you were called to do. Everybody wants to be what they want to be. The counsel means the purpose. The purpose of the Most High stands. So once again, is free will a thing or not? No. Because he says, no matter, regardless of the direction you want to go, where do you have to go? The direction he has assigned for you. You know the perfect example of that? What story? Jonah. Jonah's the perfect story of that. He didn't want to go to Nineveh. I don't give a damn what you want to do. You're going to Nineveh. So you sat back and rebelled and went on the boat that capsized, that got you in a well, that got you to Nineveh. You were still supposed to go to Nineveh. Yes.
So I got a movie. So we seen what? Is it Evan Almighty?
Okay.
When he didn't want to be Noah anymore, he cut his beard, he cut everything, and then he walked in the courtroom and it came back, everything came back. And he's like, oh man, I didn't wear this. So I just thought about it. I was like, okay, it makes sense now. So even if you don't want something to happen, it happens.
You were created to fulfill the slot you were supposed to fulfill. In regard, listen, all the moves he went, the Most High still took him where you were supposed to go. Does that mean you have free will? Because your free will still got you where the Most High wanted you to go. So nobody escapes that. So even what you call rebellion, it was really a detour route to get you where the Most High wanted you in the first place. So did you control that? Or were you supposed to go that way? Because he wants you to go that way. And it's supposed to be that silence. And if we can learn to embrace that, maybe we can learn to be better servants for what we were called to do.
You know, we could find our purpose faster. Because a lot of times in life, we waste time trying to figure out what we want to be and who do we want to be. And all we're doing is wasting time and energy versus fulfilling what the Most High chose us to be. Now we can operate in his cause. And we really could fulfill his request.
Yeah.
And then now the wasted time, the regret. I wasted 10 years doing that. I wasted 5 years doing this. Man, I really could have been doing what the Most High wanted me to do this whole time. But a lot of us waste life until we find that purpose.
But the Most High is speaking to us and he's giving us instruction. He's sitting back here and let's go through all these scenarios with the expectation that you're going to be where you're going to be at the end because you were chosen to be that way. Yes, sir?
You know, it really, as I'm listening to this, I'm feeling like really, really good about even being here, about even being in the state, not Texas, but in the state of mind. Because when you realize that you have to be chosen in the predestination, divine intervention, whatever you want to call it, and so many people aren't, and they're playing their role. So for you to be in this moment and to have that truth and to understand it and be seeking it, and know that you was chosen, you know, That's the names written in that book, man. That's a whole different.
And that is what Paul always talks about. And that's the joy that's supposed to happen in your heart because you were chosen. So all when you sit back and embrace it, then you have to make sure your calling and election is sure. Because if you see it and you can see the scriptures and you get the understanding, all you got to do is just make sure you finish. If you're fortunate enough to receive this word and you see it, that means you were called. And if you were called, now you got to get to the finish line and not quit.
And don't let nothing distract you.
Because if you quit, then you weren't called. That's my point. And that's why the scripture says, count no man blessed until the end. You don't know if a person's blessed so they can finish the race. But that fear, it's a blessing that you were called. Because if you were called, that's why the calls verse about being called hits so hard. Because if you were able to see these scriptures and can acknowledge them as truth, and you believe, that means you're called. So there is a blessing that many people didn't get called. But now that you got called, you got to finish. And we know how serious the Most High is. So we better finish and finish our part of the bargain and be honorable in hopes that he will continue to give that mercy on us like he's been giving us. But let's continue. Read Proverbs 19 and 21 again.
Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 21. There are many devices in man's heart. Nevertheless, the counsel of the Lord, that shall stand.
That counsel, that word counsel is the one that hits. It's the purpose. The Most High's purpose for you will stand regardless of whatever the hell you want. So the question always goes back to, if you can see the scriptures, see the word, understand the word, why are you fighting the purpose the Most High has intended for you? Why are you fighting it? If you could see it, you were called. And if you were called, why are you running? But you were called. So once again, it goes back to the verse. There are many devices in a person's heart, a man's heart. I want to do this. I thought I was going to be an athlete. I thought I was going to be a ballerina. Most of them like, no, dude, you're supposed to serve me. And the Most High keeps creating scenarios to force you back to what you were called to be. Okay.
There's scripture on that too. Jeremiah chapter 5 verse 11. Yes, sir. Jeremiah chapter 5 verse 11 and 12.
Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 11. Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 11. For the house of Israel and the house of Judah have dealt very treacherously against me.
But the Most High said we're treacherous people. Why does the Most High say we deal with them treacherously? Read on.
Saith the Lord. They have belied the Lord.
He said we belie the Lord. What does it mean to belie the Lord? Read.
And said, it is not he, neither shall evil come upon us.
So the way we deal treacherously with the Most High is, we tell the Most High that's not him calling me. That's me. I get to pick my destiny. I get to pick what I want to do in life. That ain't the Lord talking to me. Many times that the Most High be talking to us, we deny him. And we say that's not him talking to me. That just means it wasn't meant for me that day. That just means she wasn't meant for me. That just means he wasn't meant for me. That means that job wasn't meant for me. But the Most High be talking a lot to us. But we never admit the Most High is calling us. And when we don't admit that's the Most High talking to us, he said we belie the Lord. A lot of times we don't recognize that the Most High has been calling the whole time. And we've been picking and choosing what we want to do, who we want to be for a long time. Let that go.
Huh? So from there, let's go back to that Job 33. You know, you see the beauty of it. Like when you understand your calling, and you understand the Most High controls everything, then there's less of a willingness to belie the Lord. There's less of a willingness to to fight the direction the Most High is taking you. There's less of a willingness to run from the Most High's expectation of you. This is why when you read later on in the scripture or in the history, they said that the Essenes, their predictions were way more consistent and true than the Pharisees. They lived a more pious life, and their visions and their understanding was greater than the Pharisees. Why? They had a greater fear of the Lord than the Pharisees. They had a greater connection to the Lord than the Pharisees. But why? Why did they have a greater fear and connection? Because they had a greater consciousness that the Most High had control over all their circumstances. When you accept the Most High as control over your circumstances, you're less apt to fight it and run from the calling. You're more apt to embrace the calling. More apt you're embracing calling because you know the Most High's providence over you is real. So the quicker we can run and accept, the quicker we can grow and secure that calling. Okay.
Hand up.
I'm sorry, who had a hand up? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
You know, it's safe to say, the more you keep running, regardless, this is your plot, your lot in life, this is what you fast forward, this is the end of your story. So all we're doing is wasting our time
Yes.
from our calling. We still have to serve him in the way he intended us to serve
And
him.
regardless of how much you want to run, you're going to still get to the spot he expects you. So stop running from the spot.
And then you're just behind by the time you get to the spot, 10, 15, 20
Or because if we can understand this, if you keep running, then you stand the risk of you being called and still not making it. Are you going to be that person? Because people are called. Didn't the scripture say, many are called?
Just because
See that point? Just because you're called doesn't mean you're chosen.
so you can't mess it up.
Yes. That's the point. You're halfway there being called. But you got to finish the course. And that's where the fear of the Lord kicks in. You're called, but none of us are chosen yet. Who's chosen? Nobody knows. You just know you're called and you're in the game. You're in the game. You going to drop the pop-up or not, man? Or you going to catch the pop-up? You going to catch the ground ball or not? You going to Bill Butler? What you going to say?
What if it's the opposite of running? So what if you have so much faith that you basically just live? Like you sit on the couch, you watch TV, oh, I'll be okay. How would that come into play?
Well, faith without works is dead.
Yeah.
So you got to have some actions that back up your faith. You just can't live and do nothing and say, I got faith. Faith has to be backed up by something, by a performance. So your actions should back up the fact that you have faith.
Yep.
That helps.
All facts.
So thirdly, I'm sorry. It is today because I was supposed to be here in this church like 8 years ago, 2019. That's when our first approach. And that same year, it was COVID, and wasn't making no money in the restaurant out the church. So, that same year, that we got Kurt Johnson.
Okay.
Was part of the Johnson family that owned BT before they sold him to Viacom.
I know who Johnson is.
So he,
I don't know the guy you're talking about. I know the owner of the BT.
so they, he was in the restaurant, and I was doing my thing over there, having it to myself. Well, I be using it. So I was there, and no one was there, no customers, and I was just working on these. Everyone that worked there knows it. Everybody knows it. And he found me, he heard me, he said, you're making no money. And I was supposed to come here. I don't think I was at this location.
Yeah, yeah. We was on walls. Yeah.
Yes. I was invited. At the same time, he said, man, he's pretty good. You ain't make no money to do that. You should come to Houston. That's not what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I got a wife and I left. I went to Houston for 2 years. I met with N.O. Joe. He was a producer. He did Scarface, Bundy.
Mm-hmm.
He produced. I went there and I was doing my thing and I was outside. But 8 years later, I'm still here.
Yep.
I'm still here. So this message is really good for me because I honestly I was running because I didn't know nothing was running. I didn't think about it.
You just didn't know, and you were making your plans,
I was making
but the
my
Most
plans.
High was directing your steps.
Yeah,
You just wasn't ready. Most High said, "Most High speaketh one shade twice." Man didn't perceive it. He was talking to you. Come down. Oh yeah, okay, cool. But this is what I want to do. I want to follow my dreams.
But it came.
And the Most High brought you back full circle because this was where you were supposed to be, and you just lost a little time, but you still got time. And that's how the Most High works.
That's not so good. I'm listening. I'm just like I could have.
And even if you have different plans, it doesn't matter because you're still going to be back at the spot you're supposed to be. We can run, but we can't hide. If you were called, you were called. Now, once you're called, we have to fight to be chosen.
Yeah.
Once you're called. But the fact that you're called is one of the greatest blessings and opportunities anybody can get. But once you're called, we still have work to do to prove the calling right. To prove the calling right. And that's what maintains that fear that we're supposed to maintain and have to get us to the finish line.
And a lot of times, like Christ said, the whole need not a physician but the sick. A lot of times, when everything's going good, we're not open to the word of the Most High. We're not as willing to hear the words of the Most High. Not until disaster or calamity or trouble or circumstances or affliction happens, then we become more open to hearing the word of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And then that calling gets louder. Then the voice of the Lord gets louder because our ears are more open. Sometimes it takes tragedy. And not for everybody, but sometimes it takes tragedy for some people to realize that, hey, man, the Most High been talking to me. And the Most High been trying to get my attention. Or sometimes it takes for individual plans to fail in order for our ears to start to open up to this calling. You know, that's what happened to me, you know, because 5 years before I got the truth, 5 years before I came in the truth, a brother was teaching the truth to me. A brother I grew up with was teaching the truth to me. It just wasn't resonating. It wasn't resonating. It wasn't hitting. And then 5 years later, where I was at in my life, man, I'm ready to embrace whatever the Most High got for me. Because whatever I got going on is not working. You know? And sometimes it takes that. Not for everybody, but some. Some people hear the truth and immediately they know, man, this is the truth. This is what I've been looking for in my life. This is what I've been looking for in my life. Some people it takes tragedy. So just, however the case it may be, you know, once you understand it, you know, the idea is to run right into it. You know, matter of fact, if you can get just a scripture on that. I know we got a lot. Let's go back to what the word. Let's go to what the word got going on.
If we can, let's keep going.
Because I know we got a lot to deal with.
Yeah, let's get 15. Let's go Job 33, verse 15 and 17. We might just get to this part here, man.
And verse 15. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men, and sealeth their instruction.
It's like the Most High, when He's ready, He's going to seal the instructions He has for you on His time. We can have whatever plans, because listen, we have the plans we make the plans we make. So we'll have desires and wants, but who gets you to the finish line? He gets you where He wants you to get to. You're going to be where He wants you to be. So that's where the disarming aspect of free will is. You don't have control. All I'm doing if I'm going to give the spirit of free will any type of credence, you're just wasting time with the little moves you're making. But ultimately, you're getting where He wants you to get to. So He's the one in control. And we have the illusion that we're controlling our destiny. Like to even tell ourselves that I saw the truth and I saw those brothers and I made that choice is a lie. Because Christ tells you, you didn't choose me, I chose you. You didn't make the decision to come to me. I chose you. Didn't he say that in John 15? Yes, he did. I'm not going there because there's more in the class that explains that. He says, I chose you to come in these doors, not the other way around. I gave you the opportunity to see it, and something about the message sparked you. And so what is it? It takes away all pride from us. I wasn't just the wisest guy in the room in the 90s. Yeah, I saw this in 94 before everybody saw it. That's ridiculous. The Most High called me in 94. And I was a kid. The Most High inspired my father to get the truth, to show me, and go from there. So was it me? No. So.
The harvest is plentiful, labors are few.
Okay. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 17. That he may withdraw man from his purpose and hide pride from man.
Once again, the Most High is going to always withdraw us from his purpose. Esau doing all the atrocities on the earth is the Lord's purpose. He's supposed to play that role. We're supposed to sit back here and choose Christ. And we have to all go on our collision courses to choose the right path that was intended for us from the beginning. Go to James 4. Now we're on track, I think. James 4 and 13.
James chapter 4 and verse 13.
13 through 16.
James chapter 4, verse 13. Go to now, ye that say, today or tomorrow we will go into such a city, and continue there a year, and buy and sell, and get gain.
So he's talking about the person that's making all these plans to go here and there for a year and make this money and gain. Read on.
Whereas ye know not what shall be on the morrow.
Just because you're making plans, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You don't have control over what's going to happen in these days. You don't have control that that's going to work out the way you expect it. And how dare you walk around here thinking that you have the control to go here and go there and make the moves you think you can make. Read on.
For what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time and then vanisheth away.
He says you don't have control over your destiny. Your life is here, it's gone, so why are you acting like you have this control to make these moves and to make these plans? Yes, sir?
What chapter and verse?
This is James chapter 4, verse 13 through 16. Read on.
Starting after 13? Or?
Yeah, read it from 13 again. We're good. Yeah, do that.
James chapter 4 and verse 13. Go to now, ye that say, today or tomorrow we will go into such a city, and continue there a year, and buy and sell, and get gain. Whereas ye know not what shall be on the morrow. For what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time, and then vanisheth away.
He says if you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, then that means your decisions and your plans don't mean nothing. And if your plans and decisions don't line up with what the Most High has planned for you, then it doesn't matter. Read on.
For that ye ought to say, if the Lord will, we shall live, and do this or do that.
Because the truth is, it doesn't matter how smart your plans are, how smart your process are, and how connected you are. If it was willed by the Lord for something to happen, then it's going to happen. If it was not of the will of the Father for your plans to work out, it ain't going to happen. And this is the truth. And can we accept how powerless our life is? And how you can run and make all these moves, it doesn't matter. If it doesn't fit in the line of what the Most High's pre-established plans for you are to be. Read on.
Verse 16. But now ye rejoice in your boastings. All such rejoicing is evil.
He says it's evil to fight for how you want to do things and to think you have control over any of this. But the Most High is the author of everything. And you're boasting as if the moves you're making are of you. We just read in Job, the Most High puts his thoughts into your head. So whatever plans you're making, they're not really your plans, they're the Lord's plans. And he did that to take away the pride that we operate in.
Yep.
That's when the Most High calls man a worm. We think we're something that we're not. And we're truly just deceiving ourselves and lying to ourselves. To think we're any more potent than what the Most High puts into us. Let's go. Let's go to Luke. Luke chapter 12. Verse 22 to 34.
Luke chapter 12 and verse 22.
One second. I'm just doing some typing. Luke, let me get that. Luke 12. Oops. Luke 12 and verse, what was the verse?
Verse 22.
Yeah. Just moving slow here. 12 and 22. Read that.
Luke chapter 12 and verse 22. And he said unto his disciples, Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life.
Isn't this still lined up with James chapter 4? The idea that we can make all these plans without the Most High's backing and will? He says stop taking these thoughts and plans and thinking you have control over your circumstances. Read on.
What ye shall eat, neither for the body what ye shall put on. The life is more than meat, and the body is more than raiment. Consider the ravens, for they neither sow nor reap.
This verse attacks our desire to control our circumstances.
Yep.
The thought and the delusion that we can control our circumstances. And if we can't control our circumstances, then who has the providence over our circumstances?
How about the Lord?
And how about the Most High had you in the situation that you're in all throughout your life? So the hell you caught in your youth,
Curse.
the Most High wanted you to go through. So why are you angry at the people? Well, listen, for all of us who are mad at our parents for what they put us through, who put that spirit in our parents to not give us what we think we needed? So why are we mad at our parents? When the Most High was the one who gave you those parents. So why are you mad at your parents?
They played a role.
And you have to be subject to their failed decision making.
Yep.
And who put you through that? The Most High did. So why are you angry? That's why the Most High says furious anger is not made for them that are made of a woman. Why are you mad at how the Most High created you and how he set your life circumstances up? Who the hell told you you had the right to be angry? Can you sit back and not also acknowledge? If you're quick to acknowledge what you went through, how about you should be quick to acknowledge how the Most High spared you and saved you and looked after you? And for all the things you didn't have, what did he give you? This is what the Most High is like. Israel is ungrateful as hell. Mankind is ungrateful as hell. We're in a hyper focus on all the things we didn't get, like we really mean something. Like we don't deserve to go through nothing. We don't deserve to lose anything. For all the things you didn't have, what did he give you? We don't focus on enough. We don't focus enough on what he's given us. We want to be the victim. And we want to sit back and be sad to justify our negative and our evil. Because that's really what it is. We're evil, and we want to justify why we continue to treat people evil. But this verse in Luke explains, listen, man, stop focusing on trying to control your life. take no thought for your life just means not fighting to try to control the circumstances that you have going on. If the Most High is bringing you down for a period, eat that. If he's bringing you up for a period, eat that. Why are you trying to control the course and wave he's taking? If financially you're low right now, then learn how to serve low.
Yeah.
If he's taking you up, learn how to sit back and deal with things being up.
Come.
When things are in the middle, learn how to accept the conditions the Lord has presented to you. Because everything was created from the beginning for you to experience everything you've experienced from your youth to now. There are no mistakes. There are no unfortunate circumstances that you weren't meant to go through. You're meant to go through every absurdity, sadness, victory, win, around.
Yeah.
Read on.
Luke chapter 12, verse
No
24.
control. Not like we think.
We don't have any control.
But that the illusion of control is what breeds and feeds the pride.
And
We all
negative.
have.
Because if I realize, if I can accept, the Most High was in control of how I was raised. And if I was wrong. And if I was hurt. Now there's no one to blame. If the Most High was in control of all the cast and characters of the good and the bad, and the Most High allowed these things to happen, along with all the good and the mercy he gave you, then who are you going to be mad at now?
Now it's direct.
Because also, with all those complaints you got, and all that affliction you got, you also were called.
How about that?
So how angry are you going to get? You were called and given an opportunity for salvation.
To be healed.
So how bad is it? We all experienced the curses. We've all experienced the curses. But he chose you to get healed from yours. And you have the audacity to be angry at what you went through? Who the hell are you? And why do you think you deserve somebody to pull out a violin and play for you? Like the Titanic is falling. Chaps, it was a pleasure working with you.
Yeah.
Listen, man. Who in the hell thinks they deserve that when the Most High is giving you an opportunity to be chosen? You see how ungrateful we are?
Anyway.
You know how appreciative we are? When he's controlled the entire process, and wherever you've gone through a loss, he got you in a place to get healed. So why are you yip-yapping and pissed off and sad and depressed? You should be happy and appreciative of the opportunity he's given you.
Yeah. Like the scripture says, wherefore doth the living man complain? It says that. That's Lamentations 3:39. Why does a living man complain?
That's the point. Because we think we're something greater than what we are. We're nothing. Well, why can't we accept that we're nothing? And everything we've got, every ability we have, is of the Lord.
It's just a gift from the Lord. But we want to take credit from that.
No, we don't want that part. That's the next verse.
Okay.
That's the next verse. Let's stay in this pocket about being appreciative and not worrying about trying to control our circumstances. Because that's what Luke 12 is saying.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Luke chapter 12 and verse 24. Consider the ravens, for they neither sow nor reap, which neither have storehouse nor barn, and the Most High feedeth them. How much more are ye better than the fowls?
And the birds ain't sitting back here and stressing out and getting gray hair or what they can't control. They just operate and move, and the Most High sits back here and takes care of them.
They sing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, can we sit back here and accept that we're the Most High's creation? And he's going to move us to the spots he wants us to be? And we should just be joyous when he brings us to wherever he's going to bring us to stabilize us? And then we're going to stop fighting for control? Read on.
And which of you, with taking thought, can add to his stature 1 cubit?
What does your stature mean? Can you listen? Who can make you taller? There was a song about that guy. I said, I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. Listen, you can't control what the hell your situation is. You can't control your height or your circumstances. Why? Why can't you control your height nor your circumstances? Because the Most High made them both. He made you physically who you are, and He made your circumstances what they are. You can't control either. So why are you angry that you can't control the circumstances that were not meant for you to control? How about nothing was meant for you to control? And you should be lucky that the Most High put it in your heart to see these scriptures. Because He put it in your heart. You didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing to deserve an opportunity to salvation. And how many of us walk around life thinking that?
We did something.
Most of us walk around here thinking that we're the smartest person in the room. We got all this wisdom. No, we're just lucky. It ain't no deeper than that. That's why when a Jew sits back here and walk around, I'm the Jew and Esau's the devil that the Bible speaks of. Do you realize you were just lucky and the Most High said, I want you to be the Jew and I want you to sit back here and be Esau? That was luck and fortune. It wasn't works. The scripture tell you that. Mm-hmm. So why we walk around here with an ego? Like we did something. Didn't the Most High call us an Amorite? In Ezekiel 16? When I saw you, I saw a filthy, nasty nation.
The mother was Amorite, that father was Hittite.
That's my point. But I looked past that and I chose you. You were in your own blood. You were nothing special. We're nothing special from the beginning. And He just chose us. Just like us as individuals. We were nothing in the world. And we're lucky that He chose us. You see how if you understand and accept predestination and faith and the Most High's providence, it eliminates all pride and ego.
But if you want,
and it allows you to fight harder and to operate with more fear. The greater you understand you control nothing. It helps to break pride and all the ego that gets in the way of our capability to understand our position in service towards the Lord.
That's why He said, forge not the course of the river.
God.
But if you want to operate and live and exist in the illusion of pride, then it behooves you to not accept the message that the Lord controls all. Mm-hmm. And now you're in that Sadducee sect. You're in that section that they call Sadducees,
yep.
Which is a group of people that don't want the Lord to dominate their lives.
Some was a spirit of Cain. He's going to sit back here and do rapine and take and rob and steal and be a sadness towards everybody.
And by the way, I don't believe there's a hell because I don't believe in consequences.
Because that gives you the out to live your life and be evil. But when you're conscious, the Most High is watching you and everything you do, and He's controlling it, it eliminates your justification to be wicked.
This shows you how tethered a person is, or a people are, or a sect is to God.
And that's what these three sects show, the different variations of obedience to the Lord based upon their belief in how much control the Most High has over you. Does that make sense? And why it was important to set this up before we even go further into the belief system of these three sects. Yes, sis.
So, out of these three, would you say that these kind of modern philosophies, and obviously there's no branches now? So is this the birth of what men call philosophy and people like?
No, I don't want to get that deep because this is amongst the Hebrew culture. You still have the Greek philosophy, Roman belief systems, and everything after that. This is, don't forget, most historians, people in the world, it's like, man, these Jews don't mess with nobody. Because we keep all of this to ourselves. We keep this chaos indoors.
In-house.
We keep this evil indoors. We have this wickedness just amongst the Jews. You can see it in the subculture. All the hatred and the different levels of intensity that people push and certain freedoms one groups and sects of Israel do all the time. This is why, to eliminate confusion, You have to keep the spiritual philosophies connected with the groups that believe in this approach. So if you got people that want to have this laissez-faire, you got control, get the hell over there. And you push your doctrine and see how that goes when we get to the wilderness.
Like Moses did in the scriptures. Draw a line, be on this side, go on that side.
Yeah.
That was an example of how you're supposed to operate with different cultures of thought.
They even understood this. Sadducees got to roll with Sadducees. Pharisees got to be with Pharisees. And Essenes, you guys got to be suffer out there in the woods. Suffer out there in these woods, bro, and really live that life. That's the point. At least there, you can get the maximum out of the lesson you're going to get. The reality, but how about this? How about whoever's going to be in those laissez-faire groups were meant to be there? If they weren't, they wouldn't be there. How about that? Because is it just one person did this and now they're not there? No, the Most High got them there. Most High got everybody where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
How about that one? And we can understand that when it comes to calling. But also, you're everywhere, every person where they're supposed to be in their beginning, middle, and end. You just don't know what the end's going to be. So because you don't know what the end's going to be, and you don't know if you know that you're called because you understand and see the scriptures. That's why Isaiah says, blessed are their eyes because they what?
See?
You're lucky if you can see. Because you can see, you're called. But now are you chosen? We'll see. Nobody knows. And because nobody knows, you better get to damn work. And how the Most High dangles that carrot in front of your face, that's how he creates, that's how the fear is manifested. That should be natural. But because it's not natural, you have to understand how small of a pawn you are so you can actually work harder, commit with more detail, be more serious about the fact that you were called.
Yeah.
And use that happiness and that joyousness of your calling to push you with a greater intensity to ensure your calling and election is sure. Because that was the message Paul and Peter kept driving. Rejoicing in the calling, but fighting like hell to maintain and prove that the calling wasn't in vain.
That's the best premise to operate off of.
And that is what the New Testament really was about. If you understand it, he was writing letters to people who saw the scriptures and understood Christ. Now that you understand it, rejoice that you were called, and now just sit back here and operate with the hope and love that you were chosen and finish out the calling you were intended to be called into. And find joy and happiness in the process. Versus running from what you were chosen to do. Or called to do. Okay, continuing on Luke.
Luke chapter 12 and verse 26. If ye then be not able to do that thing which is least, why take ye thought for the rest?
So he's saying, if you can't control how, he says, listen, he says, if ye then be not able to do that which is least. In the eyes of Christ, the least you can do is get a little taller. The least you can do is control these certain things in your life. And if you can't control the smallest things, why are you sitting back here and stressing out about the bigger things? Why can't we accept we have no control? Obviously, Christ is going over it because we have an issue with control.
And all these issues connect to faith. These are precedes to faith. Because if you don't believe the Most High is in control, how do you learn faith?
Mm-hmm. And that's why people waste most of their lives trying to control circumstances that were never meant to be controlled. Like if you can't do the smallest thing like make yourself taller, then why are you stressing out about other things you can't control? You can't control it because you weren't meant to control. You were meant to serve. And you were meant to fill in the position you were called to fill in. If you understand and you can see these scriptures, you were called to serve me. Yeah. And if you were called to serve me, then accept your conditions and follow me and serve me.
And what degree and what slot in the house of the Lord are you going to fulfill?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be a pinky toe, an elbow, a shoulder blade? Are you going to be a skin cell? Are you going to be a knuckle? Are you going to be a collarbone? Listen, you need all that to have a body. What phase of the house of Christ are you going to operate in? Or you're going to operate in, I have control, in a separating yourself from the body of Christ, which is the reality of what we're dealing with. Every other doctrine, every other philosophy, every other perspective pulls you out of the body of Christ. It's all me, I can do what I want to do. Now you're exiting Christ. Well, Christ controls it, but I control this. Well, you're just partially separated. Every other concept separates you. So you're hearing the scriptures, you're hearing the information, you're learning the reality of God. This is God's reality. You didn't learn this in high school, you didn't learn this in college, you didn't learn this in elementary school. Maybe not from your parents, but you're learning it now, that everything is controlled by the Most High. Now, what is your response? What is your response determines really how you feel about the Most High. Or, according to this council, this scripture, this class, what degree of fear that we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you quantify your fear.
Okay, so let's say.
Yeah, you might have it already. Romans chapter 9.
That's not yet. That's
Okay.
that's down the line, man.
You got Job chapter 4?
No.
Let's get Job chapter 4, verse 17. I figure you probably got a lot of these already.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we're still going back to Luke. And what? This is Job. What?
Job chapter 4, verse 17 to 21.
Job chapter 4 and verse 17. Shall mortal man be more just than the Most High?
Because mortal man will try to map out a direction in life that he thinks that will
Better than what the Most High's intentions are for you.
Man.
exactly do that is more just, that's more prosperous, more successful, that has a better outcome,
Good place.
and that sit back
I
and
gotta go up higher. I'm sorry.
that the man will sit back and think they can outthink the Most High and outplan the Most High. I can make a better life for me than what God can make for me, and that's a man's mentality. That's some people will choose that life or pick that life, sometimes ignorantly, or sometimes just not trust God enough to let Him direct his paths. Read on.
Shall a man be more pure than his maker?
Read
It's a real
on.
question. Men think that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Because men think they can make a better life than what God can make for them. Read.
Behold, he put no trust in his servants.
It says the Lord can find flaws even in His angels. He don't trust His servants like that. That's why the Most High has to have providence over us, because He don't trust us. If He let us choose our own life and our own destiny, there will always be calamity and failure somewhere at the end. Or if you look at let's say for example, let's look at man's wisdom just for a quick second. Man brought the Nutri-Rat from South America because man thought that if we could bring the Nutri-Rat to South America,
Gross.
we can hunt them, and then also they can eat up some of this this swamp, the swamp areas. And then they brought the Nutri-Rat from South America, and they became an infestation. And now the Nutri-Rat is destroying the swamps of Louisiana, and they're creating burrows, and they're creating dens in the banks and causing the ground to sink.
What?
And they're destroying the marshland. That's man's wisdom. No different than white man bringing rats and pigs to the island off of Africa, Madagascar. Now all the rats, all the ground birds that lay their eggs on the ground, all those birds are dying because rats and pigs are eating, and wild dogs are eating those birds. Those birds are the only birds that can digest the seeds to the trees that grow in Madagascar, which the monkeys and the lemurs live on. So now the forest is dying because the only bird that can eat the seeds and cause the germination of that seed to grow. And once they poop that seed out, it causes that germination of that seed and that tree to grow. Now there's deforestation. Now the agriculture is completely a calamity. Now the trees are dying. Now the lemurs have no food because they depend on the trees.
Wow.
The whole ecosystem is off. So when you look at man's way of doing things, there's always a disaster at the end of his wisdom. The ecosystem is a complete failure because of his wisdom. If you look at what the white man did when he brought rabbits to for hunting in Malaysia, and the rabbits start burrowing, eating up the whole forest and tearing up the ground. They brought the dingo to Australia. Now all the wombats are damn near almost gone. Every decision that man makes, there's always a repercussion.
More times than not, destructive.
It's destructive. Man has a destructive hand. But man will think that his wisdom is greater. I'm going to introduce this insect to this land. I'm going to introduce this fish species that don't belong over here to this land. We're going to do it for sport. And there's always a repercussion at the end. That's why he asked the question, does man really think that his way is better than the Most High? Read on.
Verse 18, behold, he put no trust in his servants, and his angels he charged with folly.
And the Most High can even see the flaw in what?
Angels.
In his angels. The Most High is watching his angels that with scrutiny. Read on.
How much less in them that dwell in houses of clay?
Do you think the Most High really trusts us?
No.
So what does that mean then? The Most High has to have power and control over our lives. He has to provide providence over our lives.
Exactly.
Because he don't trust us. Because when you leave a man to himself to make his own decisions, there's some type of suffering that's going to happen. Either ecological suffering or territorial suffering. Somebody's going to suffer when man starts making his own decisions. And that's why the Most High has to have some type of... Yes, the Most High put us in the same fishbowl, but the Most High has to separate and designate how things are going to be, because we'll tear ourselves up. Look at a prison. Put a man in prison. It's mayhem.
Yeah.
It's mayhem in there.
And there has to be separation amongst
You got to
every
have
sect. Even Issachar, there's separations amongst Issachar.
separation among Issachar, separation among races, because they'll tear each other's head off.
Yeah.
Read on.
Whose foundation is in the dust.
He said man's foundation is in the what?
In the dust.
Man was born out of clay. How much trust do you think the Most High is going to give us to make our own decisions? If the Most High leave us up to us, there wouldn't be no world to live in. We're already flirting on the verge of nuclear destruction. We're already at the time where anybody at any time is about to push the button and destroy the whole earth. We're already at that point. Read on.
Which are crushed before the moth.
Go ahead.
They are destroyed from morning to evening.
It said when you look at man will destroy himself from morning until evening. That's why we got all these wars going on right now. We got religious wars. We got land disputes. We got oil wars. We got the oil. We got the oil.
Secure.
The oil secure. It's in a safe place.
We
got
own the
oil.
Strait of the Strait of Hormuz is now. Yeah, exactly.
The finger points and the oil secure. We got the oil.
Yeah.
That's Trump. It's about oil, killing you for your oil, killing you for your diamonds, killing you for your gold, killing you for your resources, killing you for your land. When you leave man up to man,
That's true.
it'll be nothing left. Read on.
They perish forever.
He said they what?
They perish forever.
He said they're going to keep killing each other. They're going to keep dying. That's why the Most High has to intervene. He has to intercede. Because we'll destroy ourselves. Read on.
Without any regarding it.
Go ahead.
Does not their excellency which is in them go away?
And what is the excellency that's in man? That's pride. That's a man's pride. That's a man's pride to pick and choose his own direction. And he says, doesn't that always, their own glory, their own self-promotion, their own pride, doesn't that always come to an end? Look at every kingdom on the earth. Where's the Babylonian kingdom? They were the head of gold in the book of Daniel. Where's the Babylonian kingdom? Where's the Greek Empire? Where's the Roman Empire? All roads lead to Rome. Where are they? Where's the British Empire? The sun never sets on the British Empire. Where are they now? They're all destroyed and are on their way to destruction. Read on.
Does not the excellency which is in them go away?
Go ahead.
They die,
They died. Read on.
even without wisdom.
Even without what?
Wisdom.
That wisdom is direction and instruction. So that's our life without the Most High's providence. Is destruction. Let that go. Go back to Luke.
Let's keep going. Luke 12 and I think it's 26 again, right?
Come.
We're
Luke
going to 34.
Luke chapter 12 and verse 26. If ye then be not able to do that thing which is least, why take ye thought for the rest? Consider the lilies, how they grow. They toil not, they spin not. And yet I say unto you, that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these.
Read on.
If then the Most High so clothe the grass, which is today in the field, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, how much more will he clothe you, O ye of little faith?
Once again, Christ is explaining that we don't have control. In order to truly have faith, you have to accept you don't have control. It just is what it is. Read on.
And seek not ye what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, neither be ye of doubtful mind.
Mm-hmm.
But for all these things do the nations of the world seek after. And your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things. But rather...
So what he's saying, the whole world fights for control. And he was trying to teach us to stop fighting for control. Stop fighting for the things that we want. And find pleasure in accepting the role the Most High chose us to be. Read on.
But rather, seek ye the kingdom of the Most High, and all these things shall be added unto you. Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom.
Read on.
Sell.
Listen, it's the Most High's, or it's the Most High's good pleasure to give the kingdom to the people that hear Christ's words and accept them. Read on. The ones that don't hear Christ's words, it wasn't his good pleasure to give them the kingdom. Read on.
Sell that ye have, and give alms. Provide yourselves bags which wax not old, a treasure in the heavens that faileth not.
What is he saying?
Say
The ones that can see the scriptures, they can see Christ's words. He's saying stop stressing about controlling things. Because I got you. How do you know I got you? Because you can see these scriptures. You can embrace these words. You believe in these words. And if you believe in these words, stop stressing. If you believe in me, stop stressing. And stop trying to control things that weren't meant for you to control. What we have to focus on is making sure we finish this race. That's what we're supposed to be focusing on. Finishing the race. You get something to say? What are your answers? What you going to say?
I forgot, bro. Forgot.
Okay.
Well, I didn't forget. I just remember.
I'm like, well, we're waiting here. The people are waiting. The people are waiting.
I'm just joking. One more time. One more time.
Verse 33.
Yeah.
Sell that ye have, and give alms. Provide yourselves bags which wax not old, a treasure in the heavens that faileth not.
There's a spirit of collecting things and constantly having to attain objects. Either attain this personal trophy or this personal object, or I need to have that. Those are bags that wax old. You're getting things, you're collecting things that you win a championship ring, and then 2 years later, nobody remembers. That was old news. You get this job, you got the job, cool, and then eventually, you hit a wall, and you can't get past a certain wall. You get in this situation, you got this house, and now this house starting to fall apart. You got to dump a lot of money, and you become house poor, or it becomes a spending a black hole for your pockets. The things that we physically attain or we're striving for, these goals we have in the physical world, they're a waste of time. We should be having...
Especially when you're called.
Yeah, this is what throws people off of this premise.
Of their calling.
I want to be with you. I want to serve the Lord. I want this. But there's a bag that I want to fill up. I have this proverbial bag that I want to fill up. I achieved this. I did that. I live here. I have these shoes. I'm this status in the world. You have this bag that you're trying to, but it's all going to wax. Oh, it's all going to wear out. It doesn't retain value. But if you have that spiritual bag, meaning that my mind is focused on attaining spiritual goals to please Christ, that bag never waxes old. That pursuit never fails. But when you don't operate in the concept that the Most High controls all fate, then you're opening your mind up to just attaining and chasing objects that really wear out. You're supposed to live chasing spiritual goals and spiritual attainments in Christ. But if you're not subscribing to the concept that the Most High controls everything, then it opens the door to force you to keep
For
focusing
options, for different options.
And these options pull you away from the body of Christ.
From the calling, and can get in the way of you being chosen.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
A treasure in the heavens that faileth not, where no thief approacheth, neither moth corrupteth.
Read on.
For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also.
Now what we're going to do is let that verse go. And we're going to jump to, let me see. We're going to jump to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. Chapter 11, verse 14 through 17. And this literally ties into Luke 12, because Luke 12 talks about accepting and not trying to fight for control and not trying to fight to have the things you think you deserve. Yeah. And this verse ties right into. Read that. Ecclesiasticus 11, verse 14 through 17.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 11 and verse 14. Prosperity and adversity, life and death.
I guess people don't like the idea that we don't have no control over nothing. What did we really say? What all we said was the most.
It was an accident. It was an accident.
Like, hey, what did we do?
Someone turned that frown upside down.
There we go. Everything's okay. I understand that the buttons are right next to each other, man, so that happens sometimes. Read that, sir.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 14. Prosperity and adversity, life and death.
So, whether you come up or whether you lose, whether you're on the up or the down, whether your health is good, whether your health is bad, whether the Most High is working in the way that you think is good or not, he says prosperity and adversity. Read on.
Life and death.
Life and death. Read on.
Poverty and riches.
Whether you live in an apartment you don't want to live in, or live in a house you want to live in.
It's a real thing.
Whether your house poor, whether that AC is about to go out, it's 105 degrees outside.
That's a real thing.
That's the realest thing. That's the realest thing. Like, listen, bro, you bet. Can the AC go out in October versus the AC going out in July?
That was the Lord.
Yeah,
it's still of the Lord. But you pray that if it's going to clunk out, please, can you clunk it out when we get around late September at the least? Can it be late September? It's a little cool off late September. Ideally December. But can it be in that bracket, that space of time? So he says life or death. It says prosperity and adversity, poverty and riches comes from who?
The Lord.
Come of the Lord.
Because he controls the whole thing. If he controls the whole thing, whether you're up or down, he controls it. You don't control nothing. The verses keep coming. What if you're a brilliant business mind? It's like, man, I don't give a damn. I knew a brother, and I don't think he would trip on this. He was very good at a lot of black folks they learn the market and they trade out. They do day trading, and that's what a lot of Israel be hustling with that Forex stuff. There was a brother I know that was very good at teaching Forex trading. So this brother would teach brothers and families how to do the Forex, and they'd make a little money off it. But the Most High would never bless him with Forex trading. It couldn't work for him, but he would be able to teach others, and they'd be able to make money. So why is that? If you know how to do it and you can instruct people, and then his brother was very good at it. So how can your brother be very good at it? You know it, you teach it and it works for others, but it ain't for you.
That's the Lord.
That's the Lord. Is that? If that's not the Lord, I don't know what the hell it is.
It's the Lord. You better off just saying.
Because the Most High is like, I want you to focus on me. I don't want you to get all crunk with Forex. Because if you get too crunk with Forex, you're not going to do your job for me.
It can become an obsession.
So I'm not going to give it to you.
But
if that's not of the Lord, I don't know what is of the Lord.
Okay.
You weren't called to be a Forex king. I was okay with your brother being a Forex king because he don't believe in me.
I didn't call him.
He wasn't called. So you can't do what he does. You can't get away with things the way he gets away with things because you weren't called to live this life. That is an example of calling. So he says, if Christ is saying not to get caught into all these worldly, superficial things, because really it gets in the way of your relationship with him.
Yep.
So maybe that's why the Forex game isn't for him. Because he wants you to be in a scenario where you live by faith every day. So you can truly trust me. But who's orchestrating this direction? It's completely coming from him. And he can sit back here and double down and get loans and make all these moves to double down on the Forex angle. The Most High is going to still say what?
Nope.
Something's going to happen. There's going to be some tax issues, some computer glitch, some timing issue. Somebody might rob him, steal him, do some computer fraud. It's 1,000 different ways the Most High could use because you're going in a direction he don't want you to go. And it's not about intelligence. Some things he does. You weren't called to do that. You were called to serve him. Read on.
Verse 15. Wisdom.
So the funny thing is, verse 14 explains your financial setting, your living stance, your living quarters. Really is dictated by what the Most High wants to give you, especially if you're called to serve him. Read on.
Verse 15. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord.
So what does that mean? Your capability to process these scriptures, understand these scriptures, and to teach these scriptures come from who?
The Lord.
It ain't you. It ain't your intelligence. It ain't how sharp you are. It's not your mental aptitude. It's what the Most High decided your capacity to understand the scriptures will be. So your ability as a teacher is already predestined. Your ability to make an impact on your students is predestined. Your capability to take this information, teach somebody, and get them to see it is predetermined. If it comes from the Lord, it was predetermined.
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong?
Done.
So whatever your brain and your mind is able to process it, you were created the way you were supposed to receive the information, get the knowledge, apply it, and then teach it. Because that's what knowledge is. Wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. So he gave each and every one of us the capability to apply the scriptures the way we do. And then he gave us the ability to sit back here, take the information, and inspire others. We were given, he gave that. That didn't come from us. Because a lot of times we get proud because we think we got scriptures. Mm-hmm. Oh, you see how I put that together? You see how I put that together?
You got it.
See how I stacked that? You didn't stack nothing. The Most High put it in your head to stack that. You see how all pride is taken out of the equation. You didn't do nothing. Your thoughts ain't your own. How you put that class together ain't your flavor.
All thing you can do is just be grateful, which is what I don't want to do anyway.
That's the point. Be grateful that he used you to get the word out.
And understand that we're just vessels of the Lord.
There you go.
And that the information poured into us comes from him.
Okay.
And our job is to pour it in other people. But in the meantime, we're supposed to keep the vessel clean. My job is to make sure I keep the cup clean.
Yes.
So that the Most High, because the Most High is not dealing with a malicious spirit. He's not giving his spirit, pouring his spirit into a malicious soul. So I got to keep the cup clean in order for the Most High to keep pouring His wisdom into me so I can keep pouring it out on other people. That's my job.
Huh?
That's our job. Keep the cup
And that's how you make your calling and election sure.
keep our mind from being overwhelmed with anxiety, fear,
Carnal, frivolous things that get in the way.
negativity. Matter of fact, the scripture proved that too. Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha 32, verse 12.
Ecclesiastes chapter 32 and verse 12. Ecclesiastes chapter 32 and verse 12. There take thy pastime.
He says, there take your what?
Take thy pastime.
A pastime is a sport, amusement, that which amuses and serves to make time pass agreeably. A diversion. He said you could have your pastime. It's not, you could have your pastime. You could choose your pastime, how you choose to amuse yourself or entertain yourself. Read on.
And do what thou wilt.
It says, and do what thou wilt. You know, do what thou wilt. It's not just in the Satanic Bible, but because do as thou wilt. Thou should be the whole of the law.
No, ain't it that? Yeah.
And it ain't that kind of do as thou wilt. But the Bible is saying, yes, you can choose your pastimes. You can choose the thing that
don't get in the way of your calling.
Yeah, but that don't interfere with the calling of the Lord.
That's what I mean. That don't get in the way of the calling.
Yeah, that don't interfere with the Most High got you going through. Read.
But sin not.
He said, but do what?
But sin not.
Sin not how?
By proud speech.
Wow. But sin not by proud speech is, I'm doing this. This is coming from me.
Yep.
I got a master plan. And I'm going to execute my master plan. Or I'm going to bring the things that entertain me into fruition. Or I'm going to make manifest the things that I like to use as a diversion into reality. I'm going to manifest what I like to do in life. And I'm going to make my life based upon the things that I like to do.
Yeah.
He said that's proud speech. Because ultimately, yes, you can have a pastime, but don't get too cocky with the pastime thinking that our pastime is law.
Well, we do that. We enforce our pastime as far as we create this delusion that I think the Most High wants me to do this.
Yeah, right.
But whatever you want to do,
The Most High's talking to me.
it's always based off your pastime, though.
Yeah,
That's the funny part.
It's your sport.
Yeah,
It's what you fancy. You know, this is what the spirit of that we need to take to camp. You know, every time we hear that.
Oh yeah, all the time. But it's always your favorite little activity you like to do.
Yeah,
That's the spirit of the camp.
yeah, that's the spirit of the camp. This is a spirit that the camp needs to go in.
No.
You know what? It is based upon somebody else's entertainment.
Yeah.
What they enjoy.
Yeah.
And then try to dictate the spirit that this is the spirit of the camp. No, that's not the spirit of the camp, man. The spirit of the camp is us being humble and teaching and delivering His word to other people and healing spirits and trying to save souls. Read on.
It's verse 13.
Mm-hmm.
And for these things bless him that made thee.
It says, and for these things do what?
Bless him that made thee.
Stay humble, stay meek, and don't try to make decisions that step beyond what the Most High has called you for. And do what?
And have replenished thee with his good things.
And we're supposed to recognize where the good comes from. The good things come from the Most High. They don't come from us. They're not decision making. This is part of being thankful that the Most High has allowed us providence, so that we can be taken care of. Read on.
Because we're the creative disaster, like you said, with the dingo and the Mitri rat.
Nutri-Rat.
The Nutri-Rat.
The
Not
one
the
in the water,
Nutri-Rat.
Yeah.
The Nutri-Rat.
Yeah, it was somebody's wisdom to bring the Nutri-Rat up to Louisiana.
Yeah.
It
That was just fancy.
It became an ecological disaster.
Yes.
A nightmare. But what we're supposed to do is appreciate what the Most High has given us and where we are. Read on.
Whoso feareth the Lord will receive his discipline.
It said, whoso fear the Lord receive his discipline. Read.
And they that seek him early shall find favor.
Read.
He that seeketh the law shall be filled therewith.
Now we just read earlier that wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law. We just read it in read that again in Ecclesiastes 11.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11. That was at verse
15.
Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord.
Read.
Love and the way of good works are from him.
So doing things the right way is also from who?
From him.
From the Most High. But in order to do things the right way, you got to stay away from your pride. You got to stay away from you trying to control the outcome in the situations. You got to stay away from you trying to dictate the direction of your life. If you're going to inherit wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and the good things. Finish that.
You want to back out Ecclesiastes 32? Or?
Mm-hmm.
Ecclesiastes chapter 32 and verse 15. He that seeketh the law shall be filled therewith, but the hypocrite will be offended. But the hypocrite will be offended thereat.
Now, we're not going there yet, but when you look at what did Christ call the Pharisees and the Sadducees? He called them hypocrites. He says they're offended. What are they? Why were they so offended at Christ? Matter of fact, we'll save that for another class. That is a whole breakdown by itself. But if you look at, it's a battle of wisdom. It's a battle of concepts. Their way of looking at cleansing their own consciousness, that by holding the idea of fate being the Most High is not in control of my decision making, like the Sadducees say, that there is no such thing as fate. That we get to do what we want to do. Christ was like, no, you lack mercy, you lack compassion. That was offensive to that fate idea. Mm-hmm. That was very contrary to the idea that I can do what I want to do, treat people how I want to treat people, and there's no repercussion.
Yep. Because that Christ was elevating the level of accountability that they had to deal with, that they didn't want to accept, because they just stuck by the letter of the law and they felt they were blameless, and that's not enough.
And that's not enough. And that's why I said they'll be offended at. Mm-hmm. Let that go.
Okay, we're good? Mm-hmm. So let's continue to go back to Ecclesiastes 11.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 15. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord. Love and the way of good works are from him.
All he's trying to say is whatever your abilities are, whatever your talents are, whatever your skills are, comes from who? Yeah. If you are a good orator or communicator, it's the Most High, it ain't you. If you have a way with connecting to people, that's the Most High, that's not you. If you are a good listener, that's the Most High, that's not you. If you have a good work ethic, the Most High put that in you, not you. All the abilities and talents and your wisdom and your knowledge comes from him. Everything how you're made comes from him. Your circumstances comes from him. If you're his creation, you're his providence. You're his responsibility that he looks and manages the entire time. Continue.
Verse 16. Error and darkness had their beginning together with sinners, and evil shall wax old with them that glory therein.
Read on.
The gift of the Lord remaineth with the godly, and his favor bringeth prosperity forever.
All that verse was trying to explain is that the Most High controls faith and providence. How you're going to be, what you're going to be, what level you're going to get to. It all comes from him. Let that verse go, and we're going to jump to Isaiah 45, verse 9 and 10. 9 through 10. Type this in.
I thought it was me, man.
A lot of us think it's
I thought
us.
it was me.
Until you get to the nitty gritty of who you are. And you find out you ain't as baller as you think you are. Read this. This hits.
Yeah.
Read this.
Isaiah chapter 45 and verse 9. Woe unto him that striveth with his maker.
He says destruction. Destruction to the person that's always striving with the Most High. Isn't that us? We're the ones that are striving with the Most High. How do we strive with the Most High? We're angry at how the Most High made us. We're angry at what he created us for. Is that not what happens to us? We're pissed that he puts us in the conditions that he puts us in, under the circumstances that we have to live under. Read it from the top again.
Woe unto him that striveth with his maker. Let the potsherd strive with the potsherds of the earth.
What's a potsherd?
It's a broken pot.
He said, let the broken parts argue with the other broken pots on earth. Because that's what we are. We're a bunch of broken vessels, angry. He says, why are you striving with me? But what is he calling us? A bunch of broken pots, having an opinion, pissed off that this broken pot ain't getting what it wants to be.
A broken pot doesn't serve its purpose.
Exactly. Exactly. What can you do with a broken pot? You can't fill it with nothing.
Can't hold anything.
Can't hold anything.
Can't cook with it. Can't store nothing in it.
Can't put soil in it. You can't do nothing with it.
Just look at it.
So and it don't even look good. It's broken.
You look at it and it's like
It's cracked.
man.
Like somebody messed up. That's when you see the broken pot. Somebody messed up.
Who dropped that?
Exactly. That's the whole point. He says that we're a nation of broken pots, having angry at the Most High that we're not put on the top of the mantle.
I should be higher than him.
He's like, listen, what are you doing? You're not even fitting what you're created to be.
I got a big old hole in my pot, but I'm saying, Lord, use me.
Exactly. But no, use me the way I want to be used.
Yeah.
That's why there's a hole right there.
But the point is, if you accepted that you were a broken pot, maybe you will go into the slot of where all the other broken pots go into.
To get fixed.
To get fixed.
Like,
Well, I don't want to go. I don't want to sit back and accept that I'm a broken pot.
you'll be in God's
I want to sit back here and go with those Oriental pots over there.
Exactly.
Those Oriental pots are fire.
That's fine china.
Yeah. Look at all the shine and the paint and the art. I belong there. No, you don't. You're a broken pot. You're supposed to be here. And why is this broken pot striving with the Lord? Arguing about how you were created and what you think you deserve. And he says destruction comes to the broken pot. They got an opinion. Read on.
Shall the clay say to him that fashioned it, What makest thou, or thy work? He hath no hands.
So listen. He says, why are we angry at the Creator about how He made us? Because that's what we're doing all the time.
That's the reality of it.
We are complaining about our calling. Now, in Romans 9, when Paul talks about it, he's talking about Esau and Jacob. And Esau can't complain that he was created to play his role. But in Isaiah, he's talking about who? Israel. Complaining about what they were called to do. And Israel complains about their calling. And Israel complaining about what they were chosen to become. Because that's what this is. Why are we striving with our Maker? Think about everything in context in Isaiah. How was Israel striving with their Maker back then? We didn't want to sit back and live a pious life. We didn't want to live a disciplined life. We wanted freedom, like the nations. They're like, why are you striving with me, trying to be something you weren't created to be, like we are now? For all us Jews who just can't accept the life we have, the husbands we have, the children we have, the stepchildren we have, the responsibilities provided to us, we don't want to accept it. You're like, why do we keep striving with our Maker? You were made to be in the situation you're in. You were made to deal with the burdens and the responsibilities that the Most High has put you through.
You're made to carry.
Why are you complaining about the conditions that was handcrafted for you in your life?
I don't think it's fair.
And then he's like, destruction goes to the person that doesn't accept the conditions the Most High put them in and had chosen for you to experience from the beginning. You were chosen to raise them kids and ain't yours. You were chosen to sit back here, to have the husband who has his tendencies and his ways. You were chosen to have all these circumstances that you have to face. Why do you keep striving with your destiny?
Because I wanted more.
And how about You wanted more, but you were a broken pot. So why are you walking around here thinking you deserve more when you're broken yourself? And you got what you were supposed to get. The whole questioning about why comes with the thought that you're something greater than what you are. Can you not recognize you're a broken part and this is what you deserve for everything you bring to the table? You're lucky you got that.
I'm a duck, but I always want to be eagle. I don't know where y'all tripping. I can fly this high. Y'all give me a chance.
I just got to make some wings.
I need some
got
more
to create
time.
wings.
Give some more time. I'll be up there with it. Ain't nothing.
I just got to manufacture some wood.
There ain't nothing. I can be up there. That's us.
I'm trying to take my time to explain this because this is a lot of our people's problem. Read verse 9 again.
Verse 9. Woe unto him that striveth with his maker.
We strive with the Most High all the time.
24 hours.
Because we were made a certain way. And we don't like the fact that we were made a certain way with certain limitations and certain strengths, certain weaknesses, certain strengths. And we strive with the Most High based on the life we're living. Listen, half of us strive with the fact that we were called and we got to serve the Most High. Then once you're called, then we strive with the husband the Most High sent you. The children you were supposed to raise when you didn't expect you was going to raise. All these things we get. And the life that we live is hard, challenging, difficult, unexpected. And then we're wondering, why the hell am I going through this?
We strive with the Most High also when we say, I think I deserve better.
Well, that's the point. But when you think you deserve better, what does the Most High call you that's striving with the Most High, that's complaining about? Because if you're complaining about what you got, you are implying that you deserve more.
Yeah.
For the fact that you're striving and complaining, you are implying that you don't deserve to go through what you're going through. But he's saying, listen, look at these guys striving with me. Look at these broken vessels complaining to me about what they think they deserve. But in actuality, they are broken pots that really have no value. You have no value to be complaining about.
The only thing that gives you value is if you serve the Most High with joy and gladness of heart in the spirit of obedience.
And you're lucky I chose you in the first place to even have an opportunity to get salvation. And you're sitting back here complaining that you were chosen and the circumstances that you're under? Who the hell do you think you are?
I'm a saucer.
I knew a brother who sat back. What's that?
I'm a saucer, not a pot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's how we think. A lot of us sit back here and we're angry at the Most High because we have health issues. But nobody sat back here and forced you to eat chicken and fries and sugar for 40 years. Now you're, God, why are you making me so sick? Was it the Most High's fault that you put drugs in your body? That you smoked, drank, or did excessive drugs your whole life? Now you're paying the piper because you lived a filthy life, and now that's the Most High's fault? Yeah. We don't do that? We do it all the time. Oh, but I go to class though.
Yeah.
What about the fact that your actions have a consequence?
Yep. And also about the people you burnt down and abused along the way.
Con.
In that ignorant journey. How many people you affect the wrong way?
Con. And you want to sit back here and get upset that you were offended? That somebody says something to hurt your itty bitty little feelings? Who the hell are you? How many feelings you hurt? How many people's lives you destroy with your toxic attitude and your destructive way of doing things? It's okay to destroy lives, but man, I'm an innocent little person, man. You got to respect me. Don't hurt my feelings. This is how hypocritical we are. The Most High calls us broken pots, complaining. Broken pots that have no value are complaining to the Most High that they deserve more. You're lucky you got the circumstances you got, the husband you got, the family you got, the children you got, the supporting cast you got. You're lucky you got what you got. Because you don't have to have that. You see how the majority of our problems come from pride and this delusion that we deserve more? When the Most High has tweaked and adjusted your circumstances perfectly and calibrated it perfectly for what you deserve and what His intent and plans are. So why are you trying to get out of this box that He has perfectly set up for you to be in? How dare you and how dare us walk around here and think we deserve more than what the Most High has perfectly set up for us? Didn't the scripture in Wisdom of Solomon 12 said His judgment is perfect? How He determines our situation is perfect. Read Wisdom of Solomon 12, we're going back to this, verse 15.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12, and verse 15. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12, and verse 15. For as much then as thou art righteous thyself, thou orderest all things righteously.
Most High orders all things righteously. What does that mean? He's ordered your life righteously. He's ordered your life fair and righteous. And if you're honest with yourself, we have to practice seeing that, because He's ordered everything that we've gone through righteously. He's got you the family, the wife, the husband, the situation righteously. Read on.
Thinking it not agreeable with thy power to condemn him that had not deserved to be punished.
So your life is as good or as hard as you deserve it to be. Your circumstance is as blessed or as stressful as it is supposed to be. Read on.
For thy power is in the beginning of righteousness.
So he says, for thy power is the beginning of righteousness. Read on.
And because thou art the Lord of all, it maketh thee to be gracious unto all.
So he says, thy power is the beginning of righteousness. What does that mean? Everything He's put you through and created is righteous, is fair, is just. So everything He has created, His power and everything He controls, which is our life, it's all righteous and it's all meant to be. Read on.
It maketh thee to be gracious unto all. For when men will not believe that thou art of a full power.
Stop. He says, men believe that the Most High is not in complete control.
A full power.
He is a full power. He is a full power. He controls every aspect of your life. Yes. And men walk around here thinking, women too, that your opinion matters. What you want matters. It doesn't. He is in complete control of our circumstances. That's killer right there. Read verse 17 again.
That's the Sadducees right there.
Sheesh. They didn't believe in that part. They didn't believe in all this other stuff. They only believed in just the little pocket, the first 5 books. That just give you the foundation of the concepts. Everything else gives you the details. They conveniently just didn't read that part. Read that again.
I don't mean the hood.
He said what?
I don't mean the hood.
If you want to live your life, you don't read that.
That's willful ignorance.
The Most High is in full power. That means if He's in full power, you have what? No power. No control. Read on.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12, and verse 17. For when men will not believe that thou art of a full power, thou showest thy strength.
So when people start walking around here not thinking the Most High is in control, I'm going to show you that I'm in complete control.
Yeah.
And remind you control nothing. This is the God we serve. Not this chump with some white cloth, some white guy with no beard on. This is the power we serve on. His goal is to remind us that we have no free will and He is a full power. Read on.
And among them that know it, thou makest their boldness manifest.
And he says, among them that know it, he makes their boldness manifest.
And that would be the Essenes.
And the teachers, the prophets. Because the prophets and the ones the Most High works with, they know the Most High is of full power and of full control. And he will let everybody see them. He says, these are the guys you're supposed to follow. The people that remind you have no control. And the Most High controls it all. That's crazy.
Because that's what we're supposed to teach our children.
The Most High controls everything. So if you were chosen to see this word, buy into it and give yourself to it and stop trying to fight to do what you want. For the fact that you see these scriptures and you see it clear as day, why are you running? Why are you trying to sit back here and put another mask on? Or fight to get what you want? Or strive against him by running from what you were called to have to face?
I'm going to engineer my life.
Yeah.
Either stop running from what you were called to do and accept the process. Accept you being an Israelite wife. Accept the Israelite lifestyle. You wouldn't be with that guy if you weren't supposed to serve him. So why are you running? And stop striving for him. The more you fight it, he's going to make things worse to remind you he's in control. And that's what he does all the time. So when you keep getting stung, why is he stinging you? To remind you he's in control. How many times you sit back here and you buck up and you fight against your husband, but the only way to get out of your circumstances is to go back to your husband, the person you got beef with. That's how the Most High shows you ain't got the power you think you got.
Or you bucking up to your husband and then your job and your boss get out of control.
That's my point. That's how he talks to you. I'm in control. You better go back and serve that man.
That you were created, sir.
That you want to sit back and criticize. You want to criticize him, but if you don't fix your car, you ain't got the money to go to the shop. You better sit back and talk nice.
Yeah.
You better get an order. This is how the Most High sits back here and on light level shows his power. Because he gets angry, like Isaiah 45 said, woe unto him that striveth unto his maker. We strive because we don't accept what we were called to be, what the Most High chose for us. We don't accept our calling. We don't accept our circumstances that were already preordained. We don't accept our preordained circumstances, and we run and we get angry at what we were called to face and the life we were called to live. And the circumstances and nuances behind it, we were called to live and submit to it. Read on in Wisdom of Solomon.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12 and verse 18. But thou, mastering thy power.
The Most High mastered his power and his control over civilization and his control over each and every one of our lives. He's mastered it. He's mastered how he implements his power and how he uses his control. Read on.
Judges with equity.
He judges fair.
With what?
With equity.
Yeah.
Meaning nobody is a victim.
You're getting exactly
what you deserve and what he intended for you to face. There's no, which means there's no space for this ain't fair. There's no space for let me manufacture a way out of what he set up. Think about how we look at things. He's mastered his power, but I think I deserve to move around it and not accept his judgment. I want to run away from what he chose me to have to face because I don't agree. And this is why he says, how in the hell are you being this broken pot with all these flaws and wacky ways of looking at things, think you have the right to challenge how the Most High did things and how he set up judgment in our personal lives? How dare us? Does that make sense? Read on. Read verse 18 again from the top.
Verse 18. But thou, mastering thy power, judgest with equity, and orders us with great favor.
He orders us with great favor. But you have to learn to accept that. Every situation he's got you going through is out of favor, and we read about providence. He's handcrafted your situation, and it's favor behind it. So one, we're all bound to fate. We all have a predetermined lot in life and a path we are supposed to go. And along that path, the Most High is supervising every aspect of it, and he's supervising it with favor. And can we accept that? Read on.
For thou mayest use power when thou wilt.
The Most High uses power when he wants to do it and how he wants to do it. So if he wants to sit back and change your circumstance, he's going to do it because he wants to do it.
On his time.
On his time, how he wants it. Regardless of how you feel about it. Or what you think is fair or not fair. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. It's going to be how he wants it to be. If you're convenienced or not, or if it makes you feel a certain way, that has nothing to do with the Most High's decisions. And how he wants your life to go.
We want to project our emotions and our expectations on the Lord and on other people. I mean, really, it's the opposite. Yeah. We want people to bend and yield themselves to our feelings and to what we expect. When it's our duty to yield ourselves to the Most High's quote-unquote feelings and the Most High's expectations.
Read 21.
Verse 21. With how great circumspection didst thou judge thine own sons, unto whose fathers thou hast sworn and made covenants of good promises.
He says the Most High with great circumspection. Can you give me circumspect?
Yes.
Because I know it's wisdom. I know it's attention to detail and thoroughness, but just give me that if you could. Circumspect or circumspection.
Circumspection, caution, attention to all the facts.
The Most High is like, when the Most High changes your life, maybe turns it upside down, maybe throws a wrinkle you didn't expect, the Most High did what? With greatness? With great detail? Read it again.
It says, caution, attention to all the facts.
So the Most High sat back here before he judged the situation and put something in your life you weren't expected. He sat back here with great circumspection. I just want to read it real quick. With great caution.
Yeah.
So before he changes your life, he sits back here and applies caution before he sits back here and drops a hammer on you. He takes great attention before he tweaks the circumstances the way he wants it to be tweaked in your life. People sit back and say, oh man, this thing happened out of nowhere. This was unfair. Most High isn't fair. Or this person ain't fair. But the Most High is saying, with great caution and attention to what? To detail. To all the facts.
He measured everything.
Most High made great attention to all the facts and all the circumstances before he switched your circumstance up.
So
there was no scenario unturned or no rock unturned.
So you can't say the Lord is because people just say the Lord is this inconsiderate spirit.
Yes. Just because it makes you feel a certain way doesn't mean the Most High didn't look into all the details before he allowed this to happen in your life. Because it's still about the Most High's power and his use of it. And his use of whatever he's putting you through. And the acceptance of it. There was no mistakes. There was no haphazard move the Most High put in front of you. It was all planned to detail.
But people want to say the Lord made a mistake.
That's the point.
The
scripture says, he that despiseth not man but the Most High. So they'll despise a man, not realizing the Most High has carefully put this in this man to make the move he made for you to have to face it.
Or if the Lord really loved me, why give me this kind of wife or this kind of husband?
Well, the Most High knows that too. He knows exactly what woman you need to bring out a certain element in you for you to work on.
But when Israel's in council, they say, I beg to differ.
Yeah.
Israel wants to beg to differ.
Yeah.
When it comes to what the Lord's prescribing for them.
Yes.
Question is, how long you gonna beg to differ?
How long you
long
gonna
you
run?
gonna fight
How long you
the
gonna run from what you were called to have to face?
Yeah.
So whether it's the husband that has to sit back and accept whatever the Most High brought to you with the rib, he did that with careful attention to all the facts about what you need.
Maybe because he said a wicked woman is given to a wicked man.
And that's the fact. Those are all the facts. And because these are all the facts, this is the judgment. Nobody escapes this. All these decisions he sat back here and he's putting you through, the power he uses in your life was determined carefully, cautiously, with attention to all the facts and circumstances of a case. The case of if this sister has to deal with another wife, a sister wife. I look at all the thorough information and determine yes, or I determine no. But the Most High is in control of that happening.
A man might want to have another situation.
And it don't work out yet.
The Lord's like, this is not in your hands.
Not yet.
Exactly.
Either no or not yet.
Yeah.
Until it happens.
And we can't control those cards.
That's the point. We can't control nothing. He's a lot of cats. I want one. He don't give you one. This cat's mad they don't got one.
I'll show with like a cup of water just to drink some. I'm so thirsty.
Well, you know, you ain't deserve no water.
Yeah, I get no water.
Because you'll sit back with water. Yeah, you go crazy with the water.
Can't handle that cup.
Because you can't handle a cup of water. So I can't give it to you. Like, damn, half the water's on the ground.
Give him no water. That's the truth, though.
That's the truth. But it's all in the power of the Most High.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You even want that? And it says, and to the natural or probable consequences of a measure. The Most High understands the consequences and ramifications of the move.
Oh, no.
Because you want to say how it makes me feel. Well, the Most High does.
He knows how it makes it.
The Most High knows exactly what this move's going to do and what you're going to have to go through to have to face it.
Because he's circumspect.
God, he knows he knows why he had to do it, why he chose to do it, and how it's going to make you feel when it happens. There's no questions. Everything you're facing, you have to face. Everything you're experiencing, you were supposed to face. It was supposed to be preordained. Golly, man. Woo. Oh, circumspection, caution, attention to all the facts and the circumstances of a case, and to the natural or probable consequences of a measure. So not only does the Most High sit back and determine and already knows from the beginning what you have to face, he is conscious of how that decision is going to make you feel and the ramifications of how that scenario will sit back here and affect you. So even though a person that does it to you, whenever a person might do something to you, might not be conscious of the ramifications, the Most High knows it, and the Most High put it in that person to do it. So the Most High put it in that person to make the mistake. Then how about the Most High knows the ramifications even if that person doesn't? And you're still on the hook to stay in order, even though the person who did it might not know the ramifications of how it affects you. Doesn't matter. The Most High does.
And they might get stung to it just because.
Well, that's the point, but it doesn't matter. Whether they get stung or not doesn't change the fact that he knows how you're going to feel and how you're going to receive it, and you got to accept it anyway. And to the natural or probable consequence of a measure, with a view to a correct course of conduct, or to avoid danger. So either way, he knows what effect this matter is going to bring out of you, and the Most High also knows the measures that you're going to have to go through to overcome it. He knows the whole process, the whole shebang.
Or what spiritual virtue is it teaching you?
And what you're going to have to extract from this to fight your battle. He knows the whole thing before the person who only knows. The thing is this, the person who does the act that makes you feel hurt doesn't know what they're doing, doesn't know the depth of it, but the Most High does. So it's further proof. He's using pawns and different pieces to get you to fight your battle. We're just pawns operating to work on each other. Good, bad, or indifferent. You know how many lessons I've learned from men that made mistakes on me? That was wrong or ignorant or malicious. I choose not to harp on that. If it was evil intent, it was just a simple mistake,
Or neglect.
or neglect, or pure hatred. Whatever it was, it created an effect on me that I had to face. And the Most High knew it was going to make that effect. And he knew that there was going to have to be certain things spiritually that I would have to sit back here and work out of myself and cleave onto spiritually to get through it. So I can be here and teach others how to go through it. So whether a person's, that's what the scripture says, you can do nothing against the truth,
But for the truth.
but for the truth. Whether you're the victim or the negative or the evil person, you had to face it and deal with it and still extract the spiritual lesson and realize it isn't about if a person's evil or wicked. It's about the lesson you got to learn.
Because the scripture says the servant is not greater than his master. That means if Christ got stabbed in the back, guess who has to get stabbed in the back? You have to get stabbed in the back.
And it's essential that you do to if you're going to walk in his shoes and follow his example. You know, it keeps showing you we're nothing. It doesn't matter what we're losing and feeling and how hard. Who gives it? What's the lesson? And are you really a servant to the Lord or not? Are you really about changing or not? Yes.
So you can say solace in knowing, and I want to say 100%. There's nothing that now makes it. There's nothing that you're going to go through that you cannot get through.
Yes.
So anytime these problems come, you can get through it. You got to get through it, but you can. You don't have to worry about it breaking you or anything because you have to go through it. That's your journey to get to that next part.
And that's why the Most High says the Most High won't give you anything you can't handle. That's in 2 Corinthians 10 and 13. Because everything you're going through was supposed to happen.
The life of Joseph
Tells
tells you that.
Yes. There was nothing that you go through that you can't handle, and there isn't a spiritual lesson to extract from it that you were meant to face.
So you don't have to worry at all. If you're going through something, you got the strength to get through it. You just got to get through it.
And all you got to do is find out what's the lesson here. What am I trying to learn so I can continue and make my calling into being chosen? Yes.
And that was what I was going to ask earlier. I mean, you just keep counseling the people that can help walk you through it. If you can't, if the why or the lesson isn't clear yet, you keep talking about it, keep counseling so that someone can forge your thinking, your whatever your nature is, to run or to buck up or to be fearful. You keep talking to people.
Yep.
That's true.
But the thing is, the why is getting clearer. I guess it's the acceptance has to keep being talked about. Because the why is this the will of the Father. The Most High wants you to go through this. So the why is there. It's just now I have to stop striving with the Most High, like Isaiah 45 said. Because hold on, I'm just going to make sure I'm clear with this. Because the Most High is letting us know why we're going through it. Because with the Most High's circumspection, he planned it, he set it up, he knew the desired reaction that was going to come from you, and he also knew what you had to work on to fight to overcome it. So now if he knew that, now it's about talking about it so I can stop striving with the maker and his decision. That's what has to be talked about. Right. Not the why. I'm talking to stop striving and complaining. Because that's, if you know it was the will of the Most High, then why am I upset? I'm only upset because I'm striving with the direction he's already had preordained for me. So then it's a matter of me talking so I can stop complaining. Me talking so I can stop being angry and complaining about not wanting to do it. Because the answer's here. This is the answer.
It just shows. I love what you're saying.
Whether you do or not.
No. What I'm saying, I'm just saying.
I'm messing with you.
It just opens the door to reveal the true issue. Is our deficiency is lack of acceptance. That's all it shows. We haven't developed the virtue of acceptance, which is connected to humility. It's not humility, but it's an aspect of humility. It's how you express your humility. You express your humility through your acceptance. We cannot say we're humble people. I'm humble.
Yeah.
I'm a humble man. Huh?
Yep.
If you don't accept the lot and the conditions the Lord's put in your past and your present. If I don't accept these, if I have this issue of lack of acceptance, we need these classes and we need these experiences and we need counsel to reveal where are you not accepting the will of the Lord. Because now I'm that broken pot talking crazy. We're really all broken pots.
I know
talking
that.
Crazy.
I know that.
Seriously.
Listen.
I could have been 5'8". I don't know. You shorted me 2 inches? I could have been 5'8".
I should have been 5'10".
You sure? You
I would have been alright if I was 5'10".
Listen,
5'10" is alright.
I wouldn't have had the problems. I wouldn't have had the problems I had. You know how people had to fight because I was 5'. You had to throw me. How many hands I had to throw?
Oh my God, was it really?
You had to throw a lot of hands. You know, coaches, you didn't get recommended. Coach didn't hook you up. Coach didn't put you in certain positions. Or your son.
But the problem is that happens to everybody. Because if you're 6 feet, that ain't enough. You want to go to the league. You better be 6'6", and you can forget about it. Everybody has that same thing. Well, if I was 6'4", I could play linebacker. I'd be a UT right now. But I'm at a D2.
Yeah.
Everybody got that complaint.
I really don't believe it's fair. I mean, I ate my vegetables. I did the workouts. I went hard in the gym. I did everything I had to do.
What that got to do with genetics?
But
Genetics is genetics, dog. What are we gonna say, man? What you can say, man?
But there's this silent anger that we live in. We live in this silent anger.
Because you wanted to be somebody that you weren't called to be. That's really what it is. You weren't called to be that.
I had it in me, and I was better than this person.
I had that dog. He ain't got the dog, but he's 6'6". And they giving him a chick. They giving him free scholarship money.
Yeah.
I got heart. I got heart. I got heart.
That's a real,
people be saying that all the time,
that's
man.
a real conversation.
But this guy is 6'7", and he's soft as tissue. Yeah. Well, you know what? I don't know what to say. It is what it is.
He woke up and he just had skills. Yeah. I had to build these skills from nothing.
And it was really funny that this guy was sitting back here. I remember this guy got drafted years ago, and he had a picture of his grandma. He gave Commissioner Goodell a handshake and a dap with his mama's picture on. He said, I told my grandmama I was going D1. I told her these guys. I'm like, come on, I remember that. Why you acting like it's you, You were just lucky to be 6'7", bro. That was it. You weren't nothing special. He just made you tall, Why you acting like you on some level, Talking trash because he made you 6'7", 300 pounds. That's it, man. But you know what? That was the will of the Lord, I guess. The problem was the pride behind it.
That's the issue.
But on the reverse, we get mad when we're not what we expect to be. Because we just don't accept the Most High's providence and control over our circumstances. And that's why we can't be humble. And this goes back to the 3 sects of these Israelite groups.
There had to be.
There's different levels of people that have different levels of pride. Because if you don't believe there's any fate, or the Most High is in control of anything, you have no humility. If you think the Most High has control of certain things and others not, then your humility is a little bit better.
Yeah.
But if you believe the Most High has control over all things, you are at least in the game to be molded. You're more moldable to the Father because your humility is greater because you acknowledge you have no control over things. You see the difference of the philosophies? And you're going to sit back and explain why Christ was attacking these groups that had no humility?
Slice them up. Yeah.
This sets the stage for why the Most High was so hard against them. I was going to go, there was a verse, it was Wisdom of Solomon 12 and 21, real quick, read it again.
Wisdom of Solomon
that's a
12
great verse,
verse 21.
Jeez.
With how great circumspection didst thou judge thine own son?
The Most High said, listen, it was with great circumspection that he sits back here and judges his own sons. Think about it, he had Isaiah walking barefoot and naked in Ethiopia Egypt for 3 years. Was it Ethiopia? It was Isaiah 20 and 3. What's the verse? Isaiah 20 and 3. I just want to he was in Egypt. He was barefoot and naked in Egypt. He says that judgment was perfect. Having Jeremiah sitting back here in a feces pit was perfect judgment. Having Ezekiel eat dung cakes on his side for 3 years was perfect judgment. and we're complaining about the little tweaks in our life that we're uncomfortable with? He said in Wisdom of Solomon in 12, it was great circumspection. Not average, it was great. It was perfect judgment about what he's putting us through and the timing of what he's putting us through and what we're going to have to face in ourselves when we're going through these situations. Everything was perfect. It was perfect. The lesson that we were going to have to learn was going to be perfect. Everything was perfect judgment. Because when we're reading in this earlier, it was perfect judgment for the Most High to remove Canaan from the land of milk and honey before the Jews came. It was perfect judgment. And it was a transition that the Canaanites were supposed to have to face when they had to face it. Continue in verse 21.
Verse 21. I'll start from the top. With how great circumspection didst thou judge thine own son, unto whose fathers thou hast sworn, and made covenant of good promises.
But listen, he made covenants of good promises along with perfectly setting the battle for us to fight. He sets the stage, he sets the battle, he sets the inconveniences we have to face, and he sits back here and sets up the mercies and the love. He's in control of both sides. He's in control of the mercy and the love, and he's in control of setting up the battle. The Most High sets the battle up. He sets up the love. And he's setting up our decisions. Because if we don't like it, he still makes us face it. Let this go and go back to Isaiah 45, verse 9 and 10.
Isaiah chapter 45 and verse 9. Woe unto him that striveth with his maker.
And once again, we need to stop fighting with the direction the Most High is taking us, because we're going to have to follow and fight this battle, whether we like it or not. Read on.
Let the potsherds strive with the potsherds of the earth.
That's when he said, let these broken vessels strive on the earth out. Let them fight. Let them argue and complain all they want.
That's all the Buzz house is.
It's a bunch of broken vessels and broken vases, mad that they're broken.
Oh man,
Mad that they're not getting what they want.
It's buzzing the trucks, it's buzzing the moves, it's buzzing the Buzz house.
Because the carnal person just doesn't want to accept that the situation the Most High sets up is perfect. We just don't accept it. So we're a bunch of pots of broken vessels arguing with each other out on earth.
Constantly.
Because they just don't accept how he put things together. Read on.
And being abrasive all day with each other.
But the next verse opens up even more. Keep going.
Shall the clay say to him that fashioned it, what makest thou? Or thy work? He hath no hands.
So if a person is saying that the guy that's making the pot has no hands, that means they're questioning their skill.
I question your judgment.
Listen, how can you make a pot with no hands out? You ever seen the movie Ghost Stock? You have to sit back. You have to use your hands to curve the vase. He's like, this their pot maker don't even have no hands. So it's his fault. It's the Most High's fault that I'm flawed.
He did it wrong.
I'm angry that these situations are my situation.
Yes.
Why? You've crafted my situation messed up.
Yeah.
Why you make my situation jacked up?
Exactly.
It's people striving with the Most High, complaining about their life. Complaining about how difficult their life is. Read
All
on.
the time.
And then it jumps from having an ill outlook towards the Most High. Then it jumps to what? Read verse 10.
Woe unto him that saith unto his father, what begettest thou?
Then we start complaining to the people on earth about our situation. We're angry at the Most High. Then we want to complain about our dad. Oh, my dad did this, is why I'm like this. My dad didn't give me this, because that's why I'm like this. Then we start complaining about our dad. Or our terrestrial leaders. About our circumstances. Yeah. Read on.
Or to the woman, what hast thou brought forth?
We want to complain to mama, and we want to complain about dad about what they did. Nobody's taking accountability for themselves. They don't take accountability for their relationship with the Most High, what the Most High put them through. They want to complain to the Most High and their people and their family. No accountability. Most High sat back here and put you in the situation he put you in. He put the parents you got in there. He gave you your mother. He gave you your father. Stop complaining. He also gave you mercy. He was also perfect in his mercy. Like we read in Wisdom Solomon 12.
What we're saying is,
perfect in his power.
but we're saying the Lord, what you're saying without saying it, maybe not consciously saying, you're saying the Lord lacked mercy.
No.
We're lying against the Lord.
No, we're lying to the Lord. We're liars. Here we go. More liar.
Liar. Listen, we're lying and saying the Lord misjudged. The Lord miscalculated.
Yeah.
The Most High was blind. The Most High didn't have hands. The Most High was imperfect. The Most High was wrong. The Most High had aught with me for no reason. There was no reason the Lord put me in this position. We're saying a lot of things about the Heavenly Father. We're really disrespectful.
I know.
And this is your inner dialogue. This is your inner dialogue. In the silent anger phase of our life, this is your conversation in your head. And then sometimes you say to people, and then you definitely say it to your husband. You say it to your husband when you're mad.
That's what verse 10 says. When you're mad, you're angry at the Most High.
Yeah.
Then when you're at home, you're angry at the person who's responsible for
and
you.
then you say it when you're in your position of, when you're a subordinate, and that person being a subordinate, you say it to your elder.
I know. Yeah.
You spew that venom to your elder.
So that verse 9 and 10 just jumps between your complaints with the Heavenly Father and the person on earth that's responsible for you.
I have issues.
Is that not what it is all the time?
That's our life.
We're beefing with the Most High, and we're beefing with the elder. We're beefing with the Most High, and we're beefing with our husband. We're beefing with the Most High, and we're beefing with this person. It's always that.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of broken potsherds on earth, broken vessels arguing with each other, and unhappy and bitter because they just can't accept that the Most High's plan is perfect. His direction is perfect. What He's put you in is perfect. It was deliberate, perfect, and by design.
Well, there's a question. The question we always have is if. Well, if it was perfect, why? There's a bunch of why.
The only question should be why am I not accepting it? Because how about the Most High gives to us liberally, and through every experience that you face, you can learn long suffering, you can learn patience, you can learn mercy, you can love, you can learn discipline, temperance, forgiveness. So there's plenty of opportunities to get closer to Christ. Plenty of them. All the fruits of the Spirit. There's always something good you can extract from a painful situation.
Or just hurts my humility. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of these situations hurt our pride.
Well, that's all it is.
Because I'm inflated in my pride, my ego, which our speech and our actions show we're inflating our pride. The Most High creates situations to hurt the pride that you operate.
All right, say that again.
We have pride. We are inflated with ego. With the way out of the situations. If you were rich, you'd have pride. If you were broke, you'd have pride. Right? Whatever situation you're in, there's pride is present. There's an inflation of ego. And so what the Lord does is He creates these situations intentionally to deflate you, intentionally to hurt your pride. How else can the Most High check pride but create situations and conditions to pierce your inflation? To bring the air balloon.
Yep.
Then you inflate it again. I'm this. I'm a boss. Okay. I'm going to create this situation to put a hole in that big bubble of ego that you got. To de-inflate you. Shh. I hate being de-inflated. I hate being humble. I hate having to put it in a position of having to be under these people and accept. I'm going to go ahead and inflate myself again. So what's the Most High do? Because you reinflated yourself, because you reinflated your ego, and because you got puffed up again, let me add another situation in your life to deflate you. That'd be the person's whole damn life.
Yep. You had your hand up, bro?
That acceptance. An example of what it could look like. Would that be like maybe getting rid of a friend, a girlfriend, a boyfriend, or moving and stay like when you say, okay, when you surrender, you accept that calling. What is that? What can that look like?
I got a scripture for that. You said you had something down here?
I'm done.
Okay. Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 17, 18.
Swords.
No, this is just about how the Most High look at us.
Battle axe, right?
Yeah, but not yes. Kind of
That's
close.
what I meant by
Yeah.
swords.
Okay.
No,
Seven-
that's next. That's not. You're right.
Yeah. 17.
Jeremiah chapter 51 and verse 17. Every man is brutish by his knowledge.
It said, but when if the Most High leaves man up to man, every man by his own knowledge, the Most High said a man is a savage. The Most High called man savage. Or the Most High called man, when you look at the definition of brutish, brutish means a savage, a beast, or somebody with no feelings. They don't have no mercy. They don't have no compassion. So every time every time man is in charge, if you leave a situation or a circumstance up to man creating something, there's always going to be a lack of mercy, a lack of compassion involved. This was Christ's whole problem with the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They had no mercy, they had no compassion. They had no feelings. They had laws, but they had no feelings. They had laws, they had rules, and they would implement rules, but they had no mercy. So the Most High is looking at is man is full of being unmerciful. Even the things that even his concepts are unmerciful. Whatever he fabricates in his life, his direction in his life that he wants to go in, it ain't got no mercy involved in it. There's no compassion included in it. It's about self-promotion and pride, like Dawiyah was talking about. Read on.
Every man is brutish by his knowledge.
Go ahead.
Every founder is confounded.
It said every founder is what?
Confounded.
So a founder is somebody that's trying to establish something. So what the Most High does is, every time that I try to fabricate and mold my own life.
Because specifically, a founder is a person who makes the idols.
Yes. And that's somebody that's fabricating.
Exactly.
That's somebody that's fabricating their own life. The Most High made us a certain vessel, but I don't like the vessel that the Most High made. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to refabricate, reinvent myself, and recreate my own vessel. I'm going to fabricate who I think I am. But the Most High said, you're a beast. You don't have feelings. You don't have compassion. You don't have mercy. You're unrelenting. You're a savage. But even though we lack a lot of things, because we're like those vessels that got holes in them, we still try to recreate and engineer ourselves. Yep. And he says every founder does what?
Is confounded by the graven image.
It says by what he creates. So the Most High allows what we create be destroyed. Read on.
For his molten image.
It says for that man's molten image, that man's fabricated life or whatever he feels like he wants to engineer himself to be. Read on.
Is falsehood.
The Most High said that man's image is what?
Falsehood.
That man's image of himself is a lie. Yeah. That man's living a lie. Every time we try to fabricate, engineer our destiny, who we want to be, he says all we're doing is rebuilding up and erecting a lie, a falsehood. Read on.
And there is no breath in it.
And there's no life in it, meaning it's going to die. There's no life in it. So if we're going to submit to the Most High, what that submission looks like is I no longer try to fabricate who I am, and I just accept who the Most High wants me to be.
Fabricate my destiny.
I'm going to exactly. I'm no longer fabricating and creating who I think I want to be. I submit and I become the teacher, the Israelite, the servant that the Most High made me to be. I'm going to stop creating costumes. I'm going to stop creating images. I'm going to stop creating personas. I'm going to stop creating titles that men like to have.
Title. That's a major one.
That's a major.
That's a major one.
Yeah. Titles.
You know who I am?
Yeah, know who I am? You know who you talking to? I done been there and done that. I lived 3 lifetimes. I lived 3 lifetimes. What can you tell me?
What can you say?
What can you show me? What can you teach me that I don't already know?
It's pretty bad.
So that what the Most High, if we're gonna give the Most High what He wants, He really wants us to recognize something. Jump up to verse 15.
Verse 15. When He uttereth His voice, there is a multitude of waters in heaven.
Go ahead.
And He causeth the vapors to ascend from the end of the earth. He maketh lightnings with rain, and bringeth forth the wind out of his treasure.
Jump up to verse 15. That was 16.
Salah. 15. He hath made the earth by his power.
What does that mean? If we're gonna accept what the life the Most High gave us, we have to accept that the Most High is in what?
Control.
Is in control. And that would be the Essenes. They accepted that there is no such thing as, well, they accepted fate, but they accepted the fact that
There's no such thing as free will.
there's no such thing as free will, and the Most High is in control of everything.
Okay.
So that submission, what submission looks like is recognizing that the Most High created everything, and there's no need for me to try to create my own destiny and live by my own choices.
It kills the ego. It allows you to live simply.
A simple life.
It allows you to live simple. It sits back here and takes you away from all these quote-unquote side quests that get in the way of your relationship with the Heavenly Father.
Bad that waxes old.
Right.
No.
And then I don't have to be so disappointed in life when things don't go my way, because I accept the fact that the Most High, if He wanted me to have it, I would have it.
Yep.
And if the Most High don't want me to have it, I don't have it. So I don't have disappointment. I now can have joy because I know that the Most High is in full control. He is in full power. Read it again.
He has made the earth by his power.
So now that would be me recognizing that the Most High created the earth and everything in it by His power.
Yep.
And I don't have control over it. This is the Most High's world and we live in it. Read on.
He hath established the world by his wisdom.
It said He established the world by what?
His wisdom.
Not our wisdom.
Exactly.
Because that's the big thing.
Not my beastly wisdom.
Exactly.
Because a lot of men live after their beastly wisdom.
Yeah.
And their beastly knowledge.
Yeah.
And the Most High said, man, we're beasts.
Yeah.
We're savages. Or in other words, like He said, we're brutish.
Yeah.
Man is a brute. But yet, even though we're brutes, we try to create our own life.
Thanks.
Even though we're brutes. Even though we don't have any compassion and we have no feeling for the next man or the next woman.
And half the problem is we keep wasting our time fighting to be something we weren't meant to be.
If we're really honest with
Fighting to
ourselves,
live a life we weren't meant to live.
God, if we're really honest with ourselves, we could recall about 5 to 10 people that we just absolutely crushed their soul.
Yep.
If we really think about it, there's about 5 to 10 people that we destroyed by our interaction with them in their life. If we're really honest, that we made buku mistakes, and that we left those people hopeless,
Broken.
with broken, hanging, disappointed, injured, or we might have stabbed them in the back. If we're honest with ourselves, we would really be conscious of our brute nature. And if I'm conscious of my brute nature, and I know that everything I build, I got the touch of death. Everything I touch, it falls apart.
Yeah.
Then let me just give that control and power over to the Most High. And
I can't handle this power.
I can't handle this power. It's too much power. But that's how the Most High look at us, though. We got to be accepting of His view of us versus our view of ourselves.
His view of us and His expectation and will for us.
I put myself in a posture to be directed. I don't put myself in a posture to I am the captain of my, because one of the most prideful poems ever written is I am the captain of my own ship.
Yeah.
That's
all control.
It's
bro.
a powerful poem. It's one of Esau's greatest writings because it's the writing of a person that's saying that they're in complete domination and control of their life.
And their destiny.
And they in school and in college they always say we want to read this poem and we're all going to analyze this poem and we're going to read this poem and analyze this poem. They're programming you to think like this guy.
That this is what it's about.
It's about because you know the post society, all those concepts.
Yeah.
It's about a person that wants to direct their own life and say they're the captain of their own ship.
I want to manifest destiny.
They want to manifest destiny. And when you crash, now you gotta blame God. Or you blame your parents.
Yeah.
Because I thought you were the captain of your own ship. But the point I'm trying to get to, this leads to the spirit of not being at peace. Because people that operate in the spirit of it's my way, or I'm not giving up my control, or I must maintain this spirit of inflation.
Yep.
Do you notice they complain the most?
I know. The ones that fight for control.
The controllers complain
All
the
the
most.
time.
They're the most miserable. The most miserable. Do you ever see the people that give up and rescind control? They're the ones that complain the least,
Yep.
and they're the most at peace. But the ones that are fighting for control and put the most effort into maintaining leverage in their life, they're the ones that they say that they're the most in poverty. I lack the most. I need more. I wasn't given. I was slighted.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of people that walk around here acting like they're slighted out.
There's a direct correlation between the spirit of which I was going to the people that can't accept their state of affairs, and now I have to be this person in control. But whenever I'm in control, someone gets hurt. Someone gets disappointed.
Somebody get left behind.
Somebody gets left behind because I'm really about me, and to be about me, someone has to lose to be about me.
I know.
Someone has to suffer for me to enjoy and embrace my inflation. Someone has to lose for me to operate my ego. That's the part we don't talk about. We don't talk about all the people we had to step on, all the people had to get hurt or harmed or neglected, most importantly, neglected, for me to maintain this position of omniscient authority. That's the reality. That's why Christ said, the good shepherd does what? Gives up his life for the sheep.
Yep.
And how do you give up your life? You give up your ego, operate acceptance.
Your plans.
You give up your plans. This is the process of becoming a good shepherd. If you look at it from the scriptures, from the biblical lens, this is the process of being the shepherd, becoming the good shepherd, following the steps of Christ. No ego, no self-directions, all give, charity, all compassion, and no more. You were going to the point. You were going to the point of no more self-direction. I am a servant to the direction of the body. I'm a servant to the needs of people around me. I'm a servant to the will of the Heavenly Father. I'm a servant. I come last. People will hate that position. And that's why you have these three different sects.
And that was why Josephus said, I admired the Essenes the most. Because of the discipline, and because of the sacrifice, and because of the selflessness that they carried themselves in. But the problem is, the Pharisees lived comfortable. They ain't going to give that up.
No.
They don't want to give up their comfortable life and
who,
their position.
And,
and
who had to suffer
the people
behind their comfort?
The people.
That's what the poor, the lame, the sick,
the widow,
the widow,
fatherless.
They were all consequences of the comfort of the Pharisees. That's why they were off. Someone has to lose. Your children got to lose because you're comfortable. Your wife got to lose because you're comfortable. The husband has to suffer needlessly because you're comfortable. Because you want to maintain control.
It's getting late. It's almost 3. I just wanted to make sure this is the beginning intro of it. I think we took our time to explain that the Sadducees didn't believe in fate, didn't believe in that the Most High controls all things. They believed that free will was everything. The Pharisees felt that the fate or the control and providence of the Most High was to a certain degree, but you also had power over free will.
Yep.
The Essenes felt there was no such thing as free will, and the Most High was in control of everything. What did we show in the scriptures today? That the Most High was in control of everything. So, if you really look at it, these guys pick and chose what they want to focus on versus accepting the Bible in its entirety. If you accept the scriptures in its entirety, you accept the Most High is in control of all things. And if you can learn how to do that, you can serve better. You can serve with less conflict.
And you stop asking 1,000 questions.
You can serve with less conflict.
Like, when I say that, I mean,
I agree. Why is this? Why
the Lord give me this kind of woman? Or why you give me this kind of life? Or why you give me this kind of man? Or why you give me this kind of job?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of complaints.
How can I get 6'1"?
It kills.
That's a great question to ask. That's a great question. You know how easy my life would have been? We had so many less fights. Easier high school life. So much basketball. I could have played more. I was good. I had some skills. I could have played. I would have minded playing whatever. I would have played that position.
Well, you would have said that now, but if you were 6'1", you'd be like, "Oh, I wish I was 6'4".
How about that?
There's no doubt. I said to be 6'5".
Yeah.
I would have been. I would have been with Jordan. I would have been with Jordan making jump shots. Everybody says that. Everybody at D3 wants to be a D2. Everybody at D2 wants to go to D1. Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Everybody that's playing in Europe wanted to go to the pros.
Yeah.
Everybody got complaints.
Yeah.
If you were 6'4", you'd have been in Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
With John Calipari. Yeah. Come on, everybody wants to say that crap, huh?
Yeah.
But the Most High didn't have it in the cards.
I should go pro.
Was that?
I should go pro.
Everybody in their own mind is a victim. Life ain't fair.
Slight.
But that's why Wisdom of Solomon was perfect. When the Most High sat back here and took away your free will, his plan was perfect. And his judgment was perfect. And how he developed you was perfect.
And
The parents he gave you was perfect. The husband you have was perfect. The circumstances you had were perfect.
Yeah.
Handcrafted with great superior circumspection.
Yeah.
He thought through it perfectly. Everything you're going through was thought through perfectly and was exactly what you needed to extract the battle necessary to get you to fight your battle. Everything you have in your life is perfect. So, quote unquote, the meaning of life is to fight every day to accept all the processes that you've gone through. Get the lesson and cleave more to the Most High and find value that you were even called to serve Him.
I don't like this word.
And fight every day
Yeah.
that your calling turns into being chosen at the end.
Yes.
And with that, we're going to sit back here and in class and send our prayers to the Most High. Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai,
In the name of Yahushua,
please listen to us right now.
please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send my God
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong
make strong
the people of Yahshua.
the people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much
understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
and
much love, spiritual power,
spiritual power,
and forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahushua come quickly,
For indeed,
for indeed
is our hope,
is our hope,
always,
always,
and forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshua,
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua,
Ahawa'ah,
Ahawa'ah,
Nathan Lanawa,
Nathan
Hathawara.
Hatawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshua,
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua,
Ahawa'ah,
Ahawa'ah,
Nathan Lanawa,
Nathan Lanawa,
Awar, Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us light to see.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshua,
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua,
Ahawa'ah,
Ahawa'ah,
Nathan Lanawa,
Nathan Lanawa,
Ha'ayah,
Ha'ayah,
Kwara,
Kwara,
Lakwara,
Lakwara,
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ay. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshua,
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua,
Ahawa'ah,
Ahawa'ah,
Nathan Lanawa,
Nathan Lanawa,
Shaman,
Shaman,
Zayat,
Zayat,
Lamashach,
Lamashach,
Yasharawa.
Yahshua, Salakia. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord
and to sing praise unto thy name,
and to sing praise unto thy name,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning
and thy faithfulness every night,
and thy faithfulness every night,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
and upon the psaltery,
and upon the psalm,
upon the harp,
upon the harp,
with the solemn sound.
with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph
I will
in
triumph
the work of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth the fool understand this.
neither does the fool understand it.
When the wicked springeth the grass,
And when the wicked spring into grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the works of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo thy enemies, shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire over my enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord. Shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourish. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Shayar. Hama'ayawah. Radawad. Hana. Tawad. Wa'ma. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Atawad. Ayo. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Aharad. Shayarad. Ayo. Hayat. Manawatiyawa. Katal. Haramwa. Shayarad. Ayo. Haroria. Tazayawan. Hayat. Sham. Tazawa. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayayim. Hawallah. Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Raknau. Rashwalim. Rabiyah. Support. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Raknau. Rashwalim. Rabiyah. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Raknau. Rashwalim. Rabiyah. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Raknau. Rashwalim. Rabiyah. Support. Turn. Rakatay Yahweh. Rakatay Yahushua. Rakatay Yahweh. Rakatay Yahushua. Rakatay Yahweh. Rakatay Yahushua. All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All mercy. All patience. All grace. All love. All power. From your house. All power. From your house. All power. From your house. Ba'ashem Yahushua. The water. The yad. Amen. Circle up.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh. Wa Yahweh Shai. Wa Yahweh Men of Israel. Muslim. Rock.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Hold me some. On the top, turn and face sisters. Sisters, please stand. Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel. Muslim. Rock.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Yes, Matah, dismiss. For Israel to walk tuning in. Thank you for giving us your ear. We'll see you guys on Monday, all right? Tawada and shalom.